Testing 1, 2, 3. You tell me. We good? Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. We have returned from closed session. I will now call to order the March 26, 2026 Board of Education meeting. We acknowledge the traditional ancestral unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandeño, Tatabiem, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Dr. Tom McCoy, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much. I pledge allegiance to the flag justice for all. Thank you so much and welcome, sir. Ms. Kateru, can you please take the roll?
Member Olson,
Present.
Member Agakanian,
Present.
Clerk Cano,
Present.
Vice President Weisberg,
Present.
President Ponter Kamkar.
I am present. Reporting on closed session, there is nothing to report on closed session. Number 6, adjustments to the agenda. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes,
Dr.
Madam President. We would like to pull report 11A in a quick apology to our community partners and donations. They weren't accurate. We will make sure that they are accurate and have proper accounting for all the donating efforts and the advocacy and support of Burbank Unified. So we will bring that back. Also, 12O and 12P.
Okay, great. I would also like, it's okay with my colleagues, to move 12U, our employment contract for superintendent of schools, up to right after public comment. So kind of 11. We'll call it 11. We'll call it a new 11A. That's all right with you. So any other adjustments to the agenda? No? Okay. Now go back. Number 7, items for future agendas. Dr. Weisberg, how did you know?
This is, I guess, tied to one of the items that's pulled for tonight, but I would love to have a report back. I think we asked for this in the March 5th meeting. About the selection process for core novels and also supplemental material. It's an intrinsic part of the approval of that board policy, but also it's time to have the conversation. So I'm excited to have it. And I do think it needs to be had before we approve the instructional materials policy. That's surprisingly all I have for tonight.
Anyone else? Board Member Olson.
As a working mother and member of this community, after talking to many people, I think it's really important that we are proactive about our after-school programs. And I would like a full audit to be done so that we can understand beyond just a survey, are they equitably serving all of the students and families in our community?
Great. I would like, and we can talk about this more when we get to our facilities reports, but I do think that we need an update on where we're at on our bond program, especially our priority list. Would be my preference. Yep. You got it. All right. Presentations and recognitions, Dr. Macias.
Yes, thank you. This is honestly, I love celebrating, and I love the fact that we have 2 schools in particular tonight that we get to, as a community, as a school district, members of their community, administrators, educators, support staff members, parents, and families get an opportunity to celebrate with them. But what a better way to celebrate, but to know a little bit more about what they do, how they got to their accomplishment and recognition. So tonight we're going to celebrate Muir Middle School, John Muir Middle School, and Monterey High School. And I want to start off by inviting our principal of John Muir Middle School, Dr. Greg Miller, up to start our presentation. And just quickly before we start, he doesn't know that I'm going to do this right now. Dr. Miller and I were colleagues at one point as middle school principals. And one of the most amazing, inspirational things about my relationship with him as a colleague was the fact that I was always learning from him. And he continues to be that model school principal, model leader. He is now, do not hate me for saying this, a very wise veteran administrator that we all look up to. And he may not realize that he's mentoring our newer principals and assistant principals. He inspired me when I was principal at Luther Burbank Middle School. And to this day, he continues to amaze, surprise, impress, and absolutely motivate a lot of educators here in Burbank Unified. So thank you, Dr. Miller. Please.
All right. I'm hoping there's a slide deck coming up because that's what I'm going to pair some of this with. Thank you, Dr. Andrews. All right. Perfect. All right. Good evening, Board President Ponzer Kamkar. Good evening, esteemed board members, Dr. Macias, district leadership. Thank you all for inviting us out tonight. I'm Dr. Greg Miller. I'm the proud principal at John Muir Middle School. Tonight, I represent the whole John Muir community. I want to share a little bit about our school, some of our data, some of the recent recognition we've received, and then some of the things that we think makes Muir the amazing place that it is. So first, just a little bit about Muir. We have about 1,350 students. We have over 200 English learners, over 150 immigrant students who have been in the country for only a few years, 120 plus students with IEPs, including our deaf and hard of hearing community, which we're very proud of. About 40% of our families qualify for free and reduced lunch. And in our homes of our students, they speak about 29 different languages. Those students are supported day in and day out, above and beyond, by 130 amazing teachers and staff, and it's through their dedication. Everything I'm going to talk about now is by the work of all these amazing people that call Muir home. All right, so I'm going to start with test scores. I just want to start by saying Muir is not all about test scores. We have a rigorous academic program, but to be honest with you, anyone at Muir can tell you we're way more concerned about kids' hearts. We want to make sure that they become good citizens. We want to make sure that they're not only a productive member of society, but that they're kind and caring and responsible. But our test scores are pretty great. Oh, it got goofy going from Google Slides to PowerPoints. Anyways, the thing I want to point out is our test scores in English from the prior year to this past year went up 7%. We had 7% more students. It's almost 100 kids more proficient in English than the year before, which is an amazing number. And it's actually only to be outdone by math, where we had 9% more students proficient in math than the prior year. And again, that just is a testament to the work of our teachers and the amazing things that they do. I also wanted to talk about one other aspect that we've been working really close or hard on is our suspension rate. We work a lot with kids. We put in a lot of different restorative practices, done a lot to kind of work with behavior and conduct. And our suspension rate went down 27% again last year over the prior year, which is fantastic. So things that we just want to celebrate. And again, it takes a team to make these things happen. We've been recently recognized in a couple ways. 2026 is like a banner year for Muir. It's going great, goodness. So in the fall, we applied to be a school to watch. Schools to Watch is a program that tries to identify model middle schools with exemplary programs. The idea is to find these schools and basically share out what they're doing so that those best practices can be used at other schools. It's a very rigorous application process. It's like a 24-page application, almost all narrative, kind of about everything that you do at your school to support students. Schools that make it past the first round, then there's a site visit. So we had our site visit in February. They meet with students, teachers, staff. They visit classrooms. We were pleased to be recognized as a California School to Watch. We're actually also a national school to watch. So in June, we'll be sending a team to Washington, D.C. representing Burbank USD and John Muir to be recognized as a national school to watch. So that's awesome. And then a few weeks ago, we were notified by the state that Muir is a California distinguished school. There's two different categories. We are an achievement gap closer. That's a category which to me is the better category. You need to do two things. So first, you need to be a high achieving school, which we are. But secondly, it's really focused on growth. And basically they compare along subgroups 6th, 7th, and 8th graders across the state and how those English learners compare at Muir to other kids at other schools and all of these subgroups. And so they're looking for two of the previously underserved populations to have accelerated growth, which is above average growth. For all of our subgroups, we have 10. 9 of those subgroups in English and 7 of them in math had accelerated growth. I mean, again, compared to the state, our kids are really making a move. And again, it's a testimony to the work that's being done in the classroom with our teachers and our kids. So shout out to John Muir's teachers.
Dr. Miller.
Okay,
Dr. Miller, hold on
Yeah.
now.
sure.
Just a point of clarification. Did you have to apply for California Distinguished School?
No, which was the best surprise of all, because in the past, it's one of the things. And then a few years ago, they made it so that they had requirements. And if you met these benchmarks, you could be identified as a California Distinguished School. So when you don't think you're in the running and you get an email from the state superintendent saying, congratulations, you're a distinguished school, it was fantastic. Okay, so John Muir is a lot more than test scores and awards. And so we think we're like the best school in Burbank and beyond, and we love it. And I'm telling you, everyone that's here, we love it. We think it's a magical, amazing place. And it's not because of the things that I've described, but these other things. And so I'm just going to go run through these as quickly as I can just to tell you about Muir, because I feel like everything I'm going to describe really almost only happens at Muir. Again, I think they're very unique things that you won't find in other places. First, our chess team, this slide got outdated in a week. So it says that we are California State chess champions for 8 years in a row. That's actually inaccurate. This last weekend, led by our chess coach, Kevin Ballone, who's an amazing paraeducator and coach. We won for the 9th straight year. There's 1,252 middle schools in all of California, and we have the best chess team in the state at John Muir. The other thing is sister schools. I don't know anyone else that's got a sister school. We have a sister school in Japan, and it's not just a name. It's actually a very active relationship. It started in 2013 with teacher Ted DeVirgilis. Yeah. So they come every September to visit us. It's Redmond High School. They send their sophomores. They stay with our families. They stay for a week. And then on Friday, we have to blow it out with these big activities on Japan Day. Some of you will recall a few years ago, we set the Guinness Book of World Records for largest Japanese fan dance. This last summer, we were able to go there. We were able to visit Redmond Island, go to their school. All these people, the mayor, the principals, everyone who's been coming to see us for all these years, we finally got to go with a team of students and staff. It was amazing. And then the next thing is we do big things at Muir. So there's a lot of big things that we do, and it's for the students. And honestly, it's only through the hard work of talented people who are dedicated to what they're doing. So our speech competition, this is actually speech season at Muir. I believe it's the largest academic competition in our district. Every year, we have every single 8th grader, 450 plus 8th graders, give a speech. So this was started in 2007 by Rod Rodacher. It continues today with Mr. Rodacher, Justin Reiner, Mark Norberg, and Melissa Walden. They work for weeks with their kids, teach them how to write a speech, how to deliver a speech. The kids work, memorize it. They work tirelessly. It ends with a speech competition over the course of a week. We bring in hundreds of judges in partnership with Kiwanis and former winners from Burbank High School. It's a magical thing. And again, it only happens because people are working hard and doing things for kids. The All-City Track Meet. It actually takes place tomorrow night if you want to come out to Memorial Field between 4:30 and 8:30. It brings together hundreds of athletes from Luther, Huerta, and Muir. It was started in 1946, and honest to goodness, it only survives to this day because of the hard work of Doug Nickel, Elliot Shea, and the Muir PE department, who run the whole thing for all of our schools. They put on track meets for each grade level each day at Muir, and then it culminates in this activity. And again, it's just this wonderful thing. Also, we have two huge conferences that we do, Muir United and Muir Empowered. Again, these are things that I don't think happen anywhere else. It's an all-day conference for kids. It's the hard work of Shanna Duran, Ellen Heiser, Lori Pacino, and a team. We work with 25 to 40 different organizations to bring in speakers, actually speakers not only locally, but from throughout the country to come speak to our kids. Muir United's focused on inclusion. Muir Empowered's focused on mental health and empowerment. It's a great thing. We did Muir Empowered in November, and it's just a great day for our kids. Moves in a lot of ways. And finally, we have John Muir Service Day. I said that the track meet is Friday night. Saturday morning, bright and early, we'll have 250 to 300 volunteers at Muir. We work in collaboration with John Uribe and the grounds department. It's coordinated by Casey DiDonato, who's one of our amazing campus supervisors. And we plant. And Muir is a beautiful campus. I'll talk about it in a second. But the reason it's so green is because every year we're putting so many plants and trees, bushes and flowers into the ground and making it the beautiful place that it is. And again, it doesn't happen without the hard work of a lot of people. The last thing I'm going to talk about is our campus, because we think it's part of the magic of Muir is being there. And it's just a beautiful place. I'd argue that it's one of the most beautiful public middle school or public schools in LA. I have to start by saying that it's maintained, kept beautiful, clean, and safe by Willie Beltran, who leads the best custodial crew in the district. It starts with our amazing views, and then it's also all this incredible greenery. If you've never been to Muir and you don't believe me, come on out. The first thing you'll see is just how beautiful a place it is. We have this expansive art collection and all this amazing architecture. Our art collection includes 5 ceramic mosaic murals. We have a portrait gallery with 31 portraits. We have a bronze bust of John Muir. We have multiple murals, including the largest mural in the city of Burbank. The city came out and told us we have the largest one. It's over 5,000 square feet. It depicts Yosemite, and it's in our 6th grade Indian area. And I'll finish with this fun fact. Our architecture, it's mid-century modern, it's classic. Like if you haven't seen Muir, it doesn't look like a regular school. It's just, I think, a beautiful place. Our architect that designed Muir is John C. Austin, and the architect that designed Muir was also the architect for LA City Hall, the Griffith Observatory, and the Shrine Auditorium. Again, it's a fun fact, but it's one of those things that we think makes Muir amazing. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share. On behalf of the Muir community, we appreciate the recognition and just this opportunity to spend time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Questions from my colleagues? Dr. Agakanian?
As a proud Muir parent, I can tell you it is a magical place. Our son actually looks forward to going to school every morning and loves Muir, loves you, Dr. Miller. And this is his last year. He doesn't want to leave, but he has to move on. But just to talk about some of the wonderful programs. I was recently there as a judge of the best practices, which I don't know, are we going to do that presentation or not? Are we for the 10 presenters? Yes, yes, change makers. All the proposals were wonderful, and the way they presented them, and thank you, Dr. Norberg and everyone else. But what I learned for a lot of this presentation was that students really want to talk about love and getting to know each other better. We talk about, students are always on their phones. They don't want to socialize. You were there, Dr. Miller. Most of the presentations were about programs that will welcome new students, that will make them feel, that they're not alone. And this whole concept of how can we go back to hanging out more together, to get off our phones in essence. I love to see those presentations. I know I've asked to bring them to our board before the end of the year. But it is a magical place in an essence of that whoever goes there, they never forget their experience at Muir. So I want to thank you, staff, and of course, all the parents. They have a wonderful PTA as well. If you've never been to their meetings, they meet at the library. You're always going to get coffee, cookies, and everything else. But thank you for all you do. And this is very, very well deserved. I'm a very proud Mustang. Thank you.
Ms. Olson.
I just want to say I had the privilege of being there when they were awarded the School to Watch. And an old friend of mine was actually giving the award. And he pulled me aside after and was like, I've seen a lot of schools. This place is magical. And I just, hearing that, especially as a newbie, I just bubbled over and was so grateful to be a part of it. Thank you so much for sharing today.
Ms. Kano.
I've had the opportunity to go to the Muir Empowered, and we at the school, I teach in Montebello, and we have a grant right now for a community school. And so the idea of, what can be done. And so I brought the person who'd been hired to do community schools, and he came out and he just, the whole way home, I was just driving back to my school going, oh my gosh. You guys have got it down. You've been doing it a long time, but it was wonderful to be able to see what can really happen when it really comes together. So, you were the Ferrari, and right now we're like the Yugo, but it was just a great model. And so I thank you everyone that participated in that. Dr. Miller, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity and to bring my colleague.
I just want to recognize Muir for a couple of other things. And the first is I do feel like Muir was really at the cutting edge for our math collaborative work in middle school. And it was one of the first places that I was able to go and observe that work and rubric-based grading in upper grades for the first time, and really have a kid explain to me what it meant to get a 3 or a 4 on a math assessment versus getting a percentage-based grade. And I think that work shows, right? That work shows in the results that the teachers are doing the really hard work of thinking about changing their practice. And I see that every time I go. The other thing that I didn't see up there that I think Muir's the only one that does is JPL Day, because somewhere there is a picture of me and Dr. Macias and Dr. Miller getting run over by a rover from last year. And so I just think it's really beautiful the way that staff comes together to create amazing experiences for those students. And it's why Muir is a school to watch. It's why you have the academic results that you do, because kids feel safe and they want to do their best when they're there. And so congratulations to Muir on your amazing 2026. And I know that there's going to be a more amazing things to come, but thank you for coming and sharing all the great things that are happening at Muir. So great. Thanks. And then we will move on to, Mr. DeMundo. Dr. DeMundo is coming up, right? Mr. DeMundo, sorry. Everybody gets a promotion when they come up. Mr. DeMundo.
And before we do start, I do have a slight introduction
Sorry.
that I want to make sure that everyone knows and understands that Mr. DeMundo and I actually shared a board meeting together one night in Glendale Unified, and was when I left Burbank and got introduced as the Director of Equity Access and Family Engagement. And that same evening, there were, I believe, 3 other administrative positions. And at that time, Mr. DeMundo was taking an opportunity and a very professional challenge on and going into the alternative education world. And that's how we first met. And The district office in Glendale Unified is right next to, if not, we share the same block with Daly High School, where he did a lot of work, and I was able to just walk around and see and hear. And then we fast forward to me returning to Burbank Unified, and I'm going to use a line that our former superintendent, Daniel Seta, Dr. Vivian Ection, when she mentioned my introduction in Glendale Unified about stealing me from Burbank Unified. I've done the return favor to Glendale Unified. We had an opportunity where we had a position in Monterey High School in the principalship, and Mr. DeMundo was an applicant, and we had a great opportunity. He earned it. He was exceptional during the interview process, and every day he's been there on campus. His charisma, his energy, his motivation, his just overall spirit is just magnetic, and it shows. And he's going to share about the accomplishments we're going to hear about for Monterey High School. But I will say this: one of the best things about you, sir, is that you're a Dodger fan. So go Dodger Blue. Thank you.
Did they have a game tonight? Did they? It's on my phone. Dr. Macias, you and I have one difference there. I'm not going back to Glendale. So I put it on.
And neither am I.
Okay. Okay. No offense, but not going back to Glendale. And one more, Dr. Miller, you don't hear this a lot, but I want to go back to middle school. Yeah. That was amazing. It's amazing hearing about all that. Good evening, President Ponser Kamkar. Good to see you, members of the board, distinguished district leadership, community members. I am Daniel DeMundo, the proud principal of the Small But Mighty Alt Ed programs in Burbank Unified, the Independent Learning Academy in Monterey High School. We have recently been recognized with WASC accreditation, which is something that all high schools have to go through, but when you know you do good things, it's still good to have somebody tell you that, yeah, you're right, you're doing good things. So we got the highest possible accreditation with 6-year revisits on each of our programs. So we're very proud of that. One more program we applied for at Monterey High School was the Model School program through the California Continuation Education Association. And we just found out that we are indeed a model school as far as continuation schools. So we're hoping to be on a tour. There's a conference that CCEA Plus puts on, and they're in Burbank this year. So they'll be touring communities or continuation schools in the area. So we're hoping to be on that tour. So the people from all over the state coming to the conference will come visit us, and I will let you know so that you can be there as we get to show off what's going on in our program. The reason Alt Ed is wonderful to me after being in elementary ed for 25 years. Sometimes traditional settings just don't work for everybody. And to see that in play and to be a part of that is a truly, truly powerful experience. Because sometimes things just don't work. People need different size boxes and different shape boxes. See if I can get this the right way. ILA, the Independent Learning Academy, since COVID had been largely contactless with teachers. It was all online. But this year was the first year we started bringing back an in-person component. So families have been required and students have been required to come in for at least weekly meetings with teachers, and they take tests in person now. The idea is to focus on engaging families and students, and it's worked. These in-person meetings give teachers time and students time to check in with each other. We talk about grad status and how you're doing, how you're progressing towards high school graduation. If you need intervention, that's often the time I get to meet with the families and say, well, you've signed a master agreement that says you have to keep pace in ILA. It is independent, but you can't fall too far behind. But it allows us time at these weekly meetings to develop relationships with the families so that when they do meet me, it's not just a negative interaction. They see the teachers all the time, so they feel safe with them, and we can support families. We're able to give in-person FAFSA orientations. We offered 3 different orientations for ILA students to actually come in and work with our counselor, Jeanette Kobian, at Monterey High School. So they joined with us to have those in-person experiences. They're welcome on field trips that Monterey High School attends. So we'll go to different trade schools I'll talk about in a little bit, or community colleges. ILA is a part of that. We also offer dual enrollment, which is something unique about Burbank. Not every district offers that, but we allow students so that they can have a combination of in-person experiences to be enrolled in classes at their home school. So you'll have 2 classes at Burbank High School, and the rest of your coursework is through ILA. And that way it allows them to be more engaged with the community and with face-to-face time with students. People also forget that ILA is an A through G high school. It's a legit, you can go straight to a 4-year university in California afterwards. And because we have the face-to-face time now, we're pressuring that with each family. It makes it easier to sit with students and find out what their long-term goals are and to make sure that they're following them. It really, truly is a way to college that isn't traditional, but it's super effective. We also are able to graduate students early, which is something that a lot of people don't find out. But through the coursework, if you're doing a course-based model, you're doing course after course. You can't go too far ahead, but we have students graduating throughout this year. So they're graduating as first semester seniors and able to go straight to community college and begin their college experience. I'm moving on to Monterey High School. Continuation schools, no matter where they are, have a bad rap. They're always referred to as that school. Just today, talking with some parents, and they caught themselves quickly. But they said, oh, yeah, sure, they'll go to Monterey, right? And I said, well, think about it, because you're at Monterey right now. And they're looking around and said, I didn't mean anything. And I said, no, I understand, but just give your student a day. And I guarantee that they'll want to be here, because our focus at Monterey isn't just graduating you, it's making you want to graduate. So we make connections with students. We're focusing a lot on social, emotional, academic, and college and career goals. But that social, emotional is first. The students that we get are often disenfranchised. They're just not comfortable being at school. We have a smaller setting. We have a lot of resources that we can give to the students, but they still have to choose to want to take advantage of those resources. The teacher of the year can be in front of a student, but if that student is checked out, we need to find a way to engage that student before they get the benefit from the teacher or the counselor or the principal. So we do everything that we can to make them want to be there. And one way we've done that is through a lot of community-based partnerships. We work a lot with the district wellness and behavior department, but one of the most unique things that I found out about before I'd even started the interview process with the Friends of Monterey. The Friends of Monterey is a group of people that, it's not a PTA, we don't have bylaws, we don't have a bank account. It's just a group of people that believe passionately in what we do at Monterey and ILA. They meet with me every month, and basically they just want to hear what they can do. They work a lot with Rotary clubs, but they also work a lot with just putting requests out there. Hey, we need help with this project. I'm applying for a grant through them to get our caps and tassels paid for our graduates this year. It's a pretty incredible group, because they don't have a stake in the game other than they see the value of what we offer to our community. Another way that we support students is through GYA, the Glendale Youth Alliance. We work very closely with them. Our students are getting jobs left and right. I almost feel bad for my 15-year-old son, because he can't get a job because he doesn't have access to GYA at his high school right now. But our students do. And it's another tremendous resource, because a lot of times, once our students, while they might not have been successful at traditional school, they're all of a sudden improving their grades with us, and they're also bringing money into their own bank account. It's pretty fun to watch that happen. We work with Gain Federal Credit Union. They come by all throughout the year to teach financial literacy to our students. We have 2 CTE pathways right now. One pathway we have is music production through Michelle Otis. And then Jenna Elliott, our art teacher, is working on a digital media CTE pathway as well. We have committed to several field trips to community colleges and trade schools. And that's been very eye-opening, because it's one thing to hear about, oh yeah, you can go to college for next to nothing at a community college or a trade school and get a job. But when you actually go to LA Trade Tech and you see the construction area where they're actually building small homes, you get to walk through the auto shop and see really nice cars, nicer than anything in front of our school being worked on. It was really powerful and eye-opening. Really allows students to see that they have another opportunity. Again, in getting students to want to be at school, we have students taking part in student council at our school who would have not gone near student council at their traditional school. We're doing 3-legged races. We're doing ping pong competitions. They wouldn't have been caught dead doing that most likely at their traditional school. But at Monterey, we've built this community to where it's okay to be silly. It's okay to still have that fun and focus on school. Again, Monterey High School, because we are a credit recovery program, we have 4 quarters instead of 2 semesters, which offers the opportunity to get caught up in school. So you can go back to your traditional school or realize, wait a second, I've got this job. I've got A's and B's. I can graduate a semester or 3 quarters early. It just gives, again, another option, another alternative. Something I got to experience this year, which made me very nervous as an elementary educator of 25 years, was allowing my students to sit in front of elementary school students and read through peer-to-peer reading. I wasn't worried about the elementary students. I was worried about my poor students. A very quick story. 6'7" is a dead joke in my family, but as a dad, I'm obligated to continuously do it because of those very groans I just heard right now. Our students practice reading to each other before they go. This is at Disney Elementary about a month ago, and they read culturally relevant books to the students. They stop, they ask questions. I felt like I was evaluating teachers. It was fantastic to watch, and the students are just, I mean, these are their brothers and sisters age people, and they're just sucked into them and so engaged. It was so much fun to watch, and the confidence they gave our students was incredible, until there was a story about Dolores Huerta that was talking about the number of farm workers that she had helped. And whatever number the student read ended with, it was like 1,367. Every single 3rd grader said 6'7". They did it. And our students just, their eyes just got big, like, what do I do? What do I do? They panicked for half a second, but then she just went right through like I would tell a teacher to do. Let it happen and move forward. It was fantastic. The other teacher and I started laughing for about 5 minutes, but that experience though is something else. It gets them out to the community where they may have left on negative terms, but now they're going back as role models. Our art program, Jeanette Elliott does some incredible stuff with our students. And we just found out that 7 of our students are going to have their artwork represented at the Art Expo 2026, the Betsy Luke Art Center. Out of 1,300, over 1,300 submissions, 200 were accepted and 7 of them are ours. I like that percentage, so it's pretty exciting. All different mediums as well. Another program that we have at that Monterey High School is the SOAR program. It's a program within a program, and we offer a high level of support to students that have significant attendance and or choice issues with their behaviors at school. They meet regularly with counselors. It's essentially a group therapy type setting. They get constant feedback. They're there on a level system, and they can work quickly through to earn privileges based on their choices and their behavior. And it's really powerful and very successful. We've graduated several students out of that program this year alone, which allowed them to just be back in the typical classes at Monterey High School. And if they want, and they can get credit current to go back to their traditional high school. Again, it's another pathway where in other districts, they wouldn't have a place to go except maybe a county school or a community day school that didn't offer the same options as putting these kids, immersing these kids with everybody else. It's a very powerful experience. I see Alt Ed as a blank slate, and this is our blank slate. You come to our school and it's a second chance for success. It says that in front of our school above the front doors. Our blank slate gets filled in, and right now it is filled in, but that's all you can see of it. This is our newest mural that's nearly done, and you will all be getting invitations, of course, when we have our opening ceremony, our big reveal, hopefully within a month. But I wanted to let that peek out because the staff and students and community developed a mural together that showed the struggle and the path and the ultimate success that students at Monterey and through ILA encounter. And this mural depicts it beautifully, and I can't wait for you to all see it. And I can't wait to see you all at our school. So I hope you come visit soon. Thank you very much.
Comments from my colleagues? Dr. Akanian? No? Oh, I thought you said no. I just wanted to say, oh, sorry, go ahead. Ms. Kano.
I was going to say doctor. Okay.
That's okay.
Mr. Nero, it's just wonderful to hear what's going on. My daughter had attended Monterey. My nephew had gone for grade recovery at Monterey, and it really is a wonderful place. And I think seeing when you go to graduation, that's just amazing because you know the struggle that some of these kids have gone through. It's not just, life has come at them. And at such a young age, and that they've been able to be at Monterey and you just see their souls have been refreshed. So thank you. Congratulations on
Thank you.
the WASC
Thank you.
accreditation.
The only reason I didn't mention the graduation ceremonies, we do them every quarter and then we do the big one at the end. I didn't think I could make it through without cracking. So like, it's an emotional, powerful, see, there I go. It's a powerful thing to experience though.
Absolutely. Anybody else? Dr. Agdania?
Um, I do want to thank you and, you know, your staff, all of our teachers and everyone, of course, the community. I think you did emphasize earlier about, you know, sometimes the stigma around some of these schools. They used to call them Daily in Glendale, right? I had a cousin who went there, and you know, there were difficult circumstances that you know, he ended up there, and you know, I think he had some challenges. I think if he would have come to Monterey, it would have been a different story. Because especially for newcomer families, and you know, they don't know the difference. Sometimes it's challenging. I think you've done a great job because I hear nothing but wonderful things about
Thank you.
how welcoming you are. But I do want to also emphasize the fact that, you know, every student, every family has a different story. It's difficult. The key here is to make sure they graduate and they go on to better and bigger endeavors. So thank you for doing that, because I had personal experience in my family, and it was very challenging for the family and the student. He turned out to be okay, I'm glad, but I think what you've done in your school and schools and the programs is really creating these pathways also, and you could be successful no matter where you are. And there are a lot of opportunities. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Dr. Weisberg?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to some of your phenomenal staff. I wanted to highlight Miss Gabby Shiraga for just a quick second, because whenever we ask her to do something extra, so we put together a student mental health committee, and knowing how crazy her schedule is, she's volunteered immediately to participate in that. And so I think it speaks a lot to your leadership and just to the environment of the school that everybody in it, all of your teachers, all of the staff want to find ways not only to help the kids at Monterey, but also just all the kids in BUSD. So it's just
Right.
constantly impressive and inspiring to see your whole team, you included. But I wanted to give Gabby just a special shout out because she's been a real constant in my time on the board and looking for ways to support all of our kids.
And she was honored at that
Mm-hmm.
also, right? Honorary Service Award recipients.
Yes, yes.
I wanted to add a little bit of context because I think it goes to recognize your leadership in this last year. About 2 years ago, it was actually about when Dr. Macias came back from Glendale. This board had to make the decision to close our community day school. And we toured daily, we toured the county school in trying to rethink what we might, how we might serve those students that would otherwise have gone to our community day school. And I think in this transition, because SOAR was really only about a year old at the beginning of this year, I think there was a concern that how do we make sure that this program that is so new continues to serve students in a way that that is true to the intent of, hey, we want to be thoughtful about what we're doing here. And when we thought about closing CVS. And so I just want to say thank you to you and to your staff. The fact that through that transition, Monterey is recognized as a model continuation school is pretty amazing. And, you know, I know WASC accreditation is required, but it is no joke to get a 6-year visitation schedule. So congratulations to you and to your staff.
Thank you.
For an amazing year so far, and look forward to seeing you at graduation. And I hope I haven't been over to Monterey this year, actually. So I need to get, I need to get over there. So
And we will have an event when we unveil.
I can't wait.
Saves.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
All right,
Oh.
thank you.
All right, moving on to 9A, reports from the board and staff, student representatives. So I have Callie Brookmyers from John Burroughs High School. Hi, Callie.
Hello and good evening, President Kim Carr, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Macias, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. I'm Callie Brooke Myers, Borough's ASB Vice President. Haley cannot be here today, so I'll be sharing my report for John Burroughs High School as of March 26, 2026. As our spring sports are now in full swing, the Bears are already winning and continuing to strive for success across the board. Today, we have a busy home schedule with our track and field and softball teams competing on campus, while boys volleyball is away at West Ranch. Tomorrow, the action continues as baseball heads to Muir and boys volleyball travels to take on Burbank High. As a reminder for our community, our sophomore class is officially hosting the first ever Battle of the Bands at Burroughs next Saturday, April 4th. This is a fantastic opportunity for student musicians from across the district to showcase their creativity and compete for a $250 prize. Tickets for the event are on sale now, and we encourage everyone to come support our local student talent. Finally, we are celebrating a historic month for our arts department. Our VMA show choirs, Powerhouse and Sound Sensations, recently traveled to Chicago for a national competition, where both groups were named grand champions, earning top honors for both vocals and choreography. Additionally, at the International Championship of High School a cappella semifinals in Redwood City, Neochromatics earned an impressive second place finish. They also received the award for Best Choreography, thanks to the talent of student choreographers Noelle Mason and Alessi Umali. This result ranks Neochromatics among the top 20 groups in the entire nation. Our IMA also had an incredibly successful month. On Friday, March 6th, our jazz ensemble performed at Walter Reed Jazz Festival, where they received a superior rating and earned first place in their division. A win that moves them into the advanced division for future festivals. On Sunday, March 8th, our indoor drumline delivered a powerful performance at the SCPA competition, earning 4th place in music performance and securing a spot at prelims later this month. And on March 10th, our concert band, symphonic orchestra, and wind ensemble represented JVHS with immense professionalism at the Newport Harbor Band and Orchestra Festival. Concert band and symphonic orchestra both received 3 excellent ratings, while wind ensemble earned the festival's highest honor with a unanimous superior rating. We are so incredibly proud of all of our student performers and athletes who represent Burroughs with pride and success. Beyond that, we have no major concerns to share at the moment. Thank you. I can now take any questions or clarifications.
Thank you so much. Great job. Any questions or comments from my fellow colleagues?
What time is Battle of the Bands?
Battle of the Bands.
You can tell us later.
Yeah, I could probably actually here. I'll grab my agenda right now for that.
Sweet.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, if I'm not mistaken, are you competing in Battle of the Bands? Because I remember you at Luther.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be playing a gig that I
Oh, see.
She's getting
So-
paid, so she is not competing in battle.
But I would
Got
love to be there. It's going to be really cool. They got a bunch of cool bands and stuff, so it's going to be really awesome.
But not your cool band. Got it.
All right.
Amazing. Congratulations. Double plug. Yeah. Always be plugging. That's what you need to learn.
All right. I'm pulling up the Google Classroom right now where it's going to tell the times. I believe it starts at. So sorry. Good. Okay. Okay. So the time isn't on here, but I believe it's either 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we make sure that the superintendent's office gets the flyer and we can send it out if that's,
Yeah, we'll make sure to publicize it as well.
how does
I'm
that sound?
checking the Instagram right now because I think it might be on that.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Cool. Awesome. Anything else for, oh, go ahead, Ms. Khanna.
So while you're checking, I just wanted to make the shout out to everybody that participated, from athletes and all the choirs and so VMA and IMA, congratulations to everybody. That's a lot of hard work and congratulations to all the parents. 'Cause that's a lot of hard work for parents too, and to all the staff and faculty that help with that. So well done.
You know,
Also
I just want to add an accomplishment that I want to, if it gets repeated, it's worth repeating. The John Burroughs High School girls basketball team recently competed for the CIF championship game. It was a historic run. Unfortunately, they came up short, but nonetheless, we want to acknowledge the high level of success. They really, under Coach Oganian's leadership and coaching, what an amazing season they had.
Absolutely. Awesome.
I just double checked. So they're selling tickets at the door and it will be at 7 p.m.
7 p.m. Don't show up at 5 or 5:30 then.
No, not 5
Okay.
or 6.
Great.
7 p.m.
7 p.m. Thank you so much.
you.
All right. Next we have 9B, Sarah Schwartz from BTA. And Maya, no Maya?
No, thank you.
It's like, been there, done that. No, thank you.
All right. Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow BUSD employees. My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I'm a Burbank educator, a BUSD parent, and the president of the Burbank Teachers Association, representing approximately 700 teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech language pathologists in BUSD. I want to start by acknowledging some of the great work being done by our members to connect with our broader community. BTA members have been hosting parent roundtables at our office, sharing our hopes and dreams for BUSD schools and identifying places we can work together to improve our schools and student experience. BTA members have tabled at community events like the Burbank Adaptive Sports Expo to connect with students and families while celebrating athletes of all abilities. All of this work is so important as our union continues to focus on building a school district and community where every student can thrive. Tonight, I especially want to highlight the efforts of a subcommittee of our membership who are concerned about increasingly aggressive immigration enforcement in our community and punitive changes to immigration policy. Alongside parents and community members who are concerned about the safety of our immigrant students and families, they are working to identify how we can be proactive, not reactive, to frightening events we now see on the news daily. This has led to several suggestions to the district for clearer policies and better articulated plans for student and staff safety when federal immigration enforcement occurs near our schools. As board members, I'm certain you are aware, but I think it's important to cover the events that have led to this collaboration. In January 2025, the Department of Homeland Security rescinded the decades-long protected areas policy that limited enforcement actions near or in designated protected areas, such as hospitals, houses of worship, and most importantly for BUSD, schools. This policy shift has led to documented incidents of immigration enforcement on or near school grounds, such as a raid at a high school dismissal in Minneapolis covered by student journalists. Closer to our schools, while BUSD was on spring break, a community member discovered federal immigration enforcement agents parked near a Glendale elementary school. Thanks to a robust community response and recent changes to GUSD's response plans, the school was able to rapidly address community concerns. We need to be ready to do the same in BUSD. I know this Board of Education agrees with parents and educators on this issue. In February 2025, 4 of you passed Board Resolution 21, proclaiming that all students will have equal access to education, regardless of immigration status. And last month, all of you updated board policy in response to recent amendments to Education Code 234.7 to add additional protections for immigrant students and staff. Unfortunately, we need to do more than the state law requires to ensure every student in our district is safe and welcome. The plan needs to be more comprehensive than just what to do if they try to come on our campuses and who our office staff should call. In early February, after meeting with parents and community members, we shared some examples of plans that would improve student and school safety in the event of aggressive immigration enforcement in Burbank. We shared these examples with the interim superintendent and interim assistant superintendent of human resources. I know there's a lot going on in BUSD right now, but there is always a lot going on. As you look at finalizing the hiring of a new superintendent, and we approach nearly 2 months since our first conversations on this topic, we want to see more urgent action on this issue. In an effort to spark that urgency, we submitted a demand to bargain last night to your lead negotiator after discussing this issue with our representative council, consisting of educators from every one of our schools. We have negotiations on April 6th. While we can all hope none of our schools are ever affected by this increasingly aggressive and indiscriminate immigration enforcement, we owe it to students, families, and employees to be prepared in case it does. That preparation has to look like more than the minimum plan required by state law. We look forward to your team coming prepared for a meaningful discussion April 6th. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see anyone here from CSEA or BASA. 9C reports from the superintendent, Dr. Macias.
Yes, thank you. And just a quick report or update in terms of our leadership team and immigration concerns and protocols. This is something that we're always talking about, actively working on. It's not an issue that goes unnoticed. It's very much highlighted in my world. I've shared this story recently with Council PTA. I remember last month. It becomes deeply personal to me. And I want this community to know this. My own mother, a Mexican immigrant who's been here in the country for a very long time, who is a citizen to this day because of what's been happening, is personally impacted. She is afraid, and it's not a joke, of leaving the house. They also have worked so hard. They have a retirement place in Baja California. And my mom seriously had concerns. They haven't gone for months of going across the border and being allowed to be allowed back in, even though she's a citizen. So I will speak very directly about that. I don't want the community, I don't want BTA, anyone in this community to think that we are not addressing this. You have an active ally and partner, and more on a personal note as me during my interim role. This is a deeply personal issue that you have our full attention. You've had our full attention. And I think I'm seeing a lot of head shaking here and nods, I should say. We're all on the same page on this. So yeah, we'll be ready for that. Now, if I may, I want to take this opportunity to formally welcome and congratulate Dr. Tom McCoy on his appointment. I'm truly pleased to have him join our community and to begin this new chapter of leadership in our district. It's a real pivotal time, real important time. His extensive background and depth of experience will greatly strengthen our collective efforts. And I want to take a little side note on this and go off script. In my 26 years here, I can very much personally say what you're bringing to us in your background and experience, I have not seen in a position of leadership, especially in the superintendent role. That excites me, that inspires me, and it brings me to this point where it's bringing this sense of hope and positivity, and I'm excited about that. Your arrival brings a renewed sense of optimism for what we can accomplish together. We've overcome a lot this year. We're continuing to learn from it, heal, repair, and with you coming on board, we hopefully will have a collective effort on behalf of all of our students, our staff, and our families. On behalf of the district leadership team, our site leaders, all our educators and support staff, and I'll even go as far as to our Burbank community members at large, look forward to building a strong collaborative relationship with you and a partnership, one that's grounded in values, transparency, and an unwavering commitment to doing always what's best for our Burbank students. The work is not easy, and you heard me say the word personal. It's a deep, passionate commitment that we're making, and you joining us validates that commitment. I'm proud of that, and I'm excited for that. Further, looking forward under your direction, this opportunity to learn and being coached and mentored. And like I said, it's been a long time that we've had that much experience, and I speak for the team. We're looking forward to that guidance and inspiration. So thank you for making the commitment. Thank you for joining this community, and welcome to Burbank Unified, sir.
Wow. So nice. Thanks, Dr. Macias. Okay, we'll move to 10, requests to address the board. 10A, public comment. Any individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it into Ms. Quiterio. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker prior to speaking to the board. Now, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education, the superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Do we have any virtual public speakers? We do not have any today. And so I'm going to start with Mr. Doug Nickel, and that will be followed by Jim Festante.
Got lucky. Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for listening to me tonight, and good evening. I hope everything's going well. And I want to address the staff and say thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm here for one reason only, but I have to, just listen to you talk just now, I had to mention, I want to thank Oscar Macias for being the bridge in this district to the new superintendent. I've known Oscar for 20, 25 years. And since I was the basketball coach at Burroughs in the 90s and he was assistant principal, he is one of the men that has the most integrity, character that I've ever met in my life. And Oscar, I want you to know from just me personally and the people that I hang out with every day, that there's a tremendous amount of respect for you and the bridge that you made between the previous superintendent and the current one, and the class that you just showed right now. And you kind of had to, there were people that came up here, and some, not many, but a few, that attacked you, didn't pronounce your name right, and treated you with the disrespect that it used to just infuriate me. And because I know the man that you are, I know the father you are, I know the husband you are, and how you're committed to your wife and this district. And I want to say that I appreciate you and I thank you for your service and for the bridge that you were to our district. Thank you. Now, why I'm really here, I love Muir. I teach at Muir. I have a question for the board. How many things do you know that have ever lasted in this district for 80 years? Well, tomorrow night is the 80th anniversary of the all-city track meet for Burbank Unified Middle Schools. Not even the big game, Burroughs and Burbank. That's 77. This is 80, okay? I don't know many. If you know one, let me know. Tomorrow night, we've been working so hard on this for months. Tomorrow night, 4:30, field events begin at Burroughs. And then running events start at 5. It's a middle school tri-meet between Huerta, Muir, and Luther. And this is really the only opportunity these kids have to compete against each other at all grade levels. And it's just incredible. And so I wanted to give all you guys a flyer. It's free. There's no admittance fee to come in. We actually yesterday got exciting news. We secured Chick-fil-A to come and serve food. So if you want Chick-fil-A, you want to bring the family out. It's an incredible event. And when the lights start to go down, it reminds me of the Rose Bowl game when the Rose Bowl lights go down. And it's just incredible. So we wanted to invite all of you here tomorrow night at Burroughs to come and see this incredible event and watch the excitement of the kids and that they have. We'd like to invite everybody in the community, not just you, but every single person in Burbank. You know, it's incredible. My dad, who went to Luther in 1952, ran in this event. I ran in this event. It's like we have 4 generations of people that have run or competed in this event. It's just absolutely incredible. So I want to invite all of you. I'm going to get out of here so other people could. I had a game at Burroughs, by the way. We beat Pasadena 18-0. And so I'm tired, so I don't want you to be disrespectful. I'm going to run out, but I just hope we see all of you guys here tomorrow night. And I thank you for your support of this great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Next I have Jim Festante, followed by Joel Schlossman.
Good evening, school board and administration. My name is Jim Festante, BUSD parent and PTA chair. Each meeting, the agenda is packed with items that require board approval for spending. There are budgets, personnel reports, contracts, warrants, purchase orders, ratifications, financial reports, and more. All require a majority vote. Today, the submitted personnel report includes approval of retirement, resignation, change of assignment, paid leave, etc. Through public information requests, I reviewed personal transaction requests or PTRs regarding Dr. Paramo that have had their dates changed months after the June 2025 announcement from then President Agakanian of his resignation. These PTRs changed his status to retired, allowing him to receive ongoing medical benefits at the expense of BUSD. But I can't see where and when the board approved this change, which should be part of the public record. There are multiple PTRs with a variety of revisions regarding this matter. One of the documents says, quote, "This submission was flagged for corrections. Please ensure the following issues have been addressed. Please add under comments, change due to Burbank Unified School District Board of Education direction and approval." In particular, the documents provided say that the board approved this change on June 8th, June 26th, and October 16th, 2025, but there were no board meetings on any of those dates. So are you able to approve things outside of noticed Board of Education meetings? I don't want to spread misinformation and agitate the public, but that would be a Brown Act violation. One of the documents says the board approved this change on March 5th, 2026 at the last board meeting. The minutes for March 5th say the consent agenda was approved without removing the Dr. Paramo entry for retirement in the personnel report. Even the leader said it was paused. Was approval to change Dr. Paramo's resignation to retirement done without public disclosure of the approval? Staff resignations and retirements are on the published personnel reports. They are not private. They are part of the public record and published in every board agenda. So did at least 3 of you legally approve this change? If so, when did it happen? And please, I would, raise your hand if you were one of the people that voted for this.
Sorry, that's not. how
No,
it's-
not going to happen. Fair enough. At the last meeting, in an attempt to partially explain why this was done, President Panzer Kamkar said there was precedence for this kind of change. Public records requests have been submitted for those examples. I would expect that they would be readily available at this moment, but those examples have not been provided. Instead, the district representative responding to the records request explained that there were no prior precedents to be found. The board publicly accepted a resignation under Education Code 44930. That action was final. It ended the employment relationship on those terms. Months later, that same separation has been privately reclassified as a retirement, unlocking ongoing taxpayer-funded health benefits. There is no provision in California Education Code that allows a resignation to be retroactively converted into a retirement. That would make this action beyond the legal authority of the district. Staff does not have the power to override or rewrite a board-approved action. Only this board does, and only through a properly noticed and reported vote. So where is that vote? Where is the closed session reportable action? And why is the public only discovering this after thousands of dollars of benefits have already been paid, as recorded in today's warrant report? If no lawful board action exists, then this is a misuse of public funds and yet another violation of the public trust and the rules of governance that each of you are bound to. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Schlossman, followed by Kelly Clark.
What he said. Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. McCoy. Mr. Macias, I did mispronounce your name a few times. It wasn't on purpose. And I didn't mean to make you cry that night. So get over it. People mispronounce my name, Mr. Agakanian's name. It's not a personal thing. It's not my style. I got this email from you today City offices and facilities closed for Dolores Huerta Day, March 31st. Of course, we named a school after her, and she was over at the City Hall building. I saw her sitting there. And she's been in the news lately. And I think that this district, I feel that this district, it's my opinion that this district should have a conversation about the appropriateness of naming a school after this person. She was a victim multiple times, apparently, by this Cesar Chavez guy. And I remember him very well from my youth. I remember the boycott grapes that went on for a long time. And she was raped by this guy, had 2 children with him. And it's a serious subject, but the problems arise from her own words. Ms. Huerta said it's time to talk about it, but he's been dead for over 30 years and she had lots of opportunity to talk about it. But she kept quiet, and she only came forward because a newspaper reporter came forward with these stories. But it wasn't just her and other women, it was children that he was apparently raping and molesting. And the real problem for Ms. Huerta is when she said, I only kept quiet because I wanted to further the cause. She didn't want to bring heat to the United Farm Workers. She didn't want to discredit the United Farm Workers. And by those actions, she sold other women and children with this horrific life of consequences. So my question for each of you, a serious question, is had you known this, that potentially she allowed other women and children to be raped and molested, would you have named a school after her? And she's still around. She's active. She's in her mid-90s. Why don't you talk with her about it and see what she has to say and see if she knew about it? Because I don't take this lightly. There's a special place in hell for these types of people, Chavez, who's busy raping and molesting other individuals. But people who know about it and say nothing about it, there's a special place for them too, and they have to live with their actions. So here I am. I can't make you agendize it. I can't make you talk about it. Miss Weisberg here will take her turn to probably slice and dice me like I'm some kind of asshole for bringing it up. But this is my feelings, that these questions need to be talked about and these questions need to be answered. If I had a child that was attending Dolores Huerta School and I knew that she knew that she was supporting a child molester, it would be a problem for me as a parent. So that's my piece on this matter. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schlossman. I have Kelly Clark, followed by Alexandra Helfrich.
Good evening, Board of Education members, district leadership, community. First, I would like to add my congratulations to all the folks at Muir and Monterey and ILA and extend a welcome to Dr. McCoy. I'm here to speak again about former Superintendent Paramo's departure from the district. There's a little overlap with some of the things that Mr. Festante said, but there's also some information that was not mentioned before. So on June 5th, 2025, 4 of you accepted his resignation. That action was public and was finalized when you voted on and approved it on July 10th as legally required. Documents I received in response to a public records request show that there's a personnel transaction request, PTR, dated June 8th to process his resignation. There are emails regarding the process and forms for him to access COBRA coverage. There was nothing to indicate any other intention on his part. And for anybody listening who doesn't know, COBRA is for insurance. Months later, that resignation was quietly transformed into a retirement, not through a clearly agendized public discussion or a transparent vote, and without documentation that supports how or why that change was made. This transformation changes the narrative of how someone left public service, and it appears to have been done without the transparency that the public deserves and that the law requires. Instead, what the public has been told is this. At the March 5th, 2025 board meeting, Board President Ponser Kamkar stated that converting the resignation to a retirement was done, quote, in accordance with existing district procedures, and also, quote, this had happened in the past. She reiterated this past practice 4 other times in her comments, including the phrase, quote, a number of times over the years, end quote, and implied that part of the reason had to do with a lack of clarity in the procedure. The past practice claim is very specific. Through multiple Public Records Act requests, I asked for documentation of that precedent and to explain the change in Mr. Paramo's status. I asked for contracts, benefit records, minutes, or records of board actions specific to Mr. Paramo's benefits, PTRs, personnel reports, and internal communications. From what I received, discussions about making this change from resignation to retirement started way back on September 17th, 2025. But there are no documents showing board approval. Without formal action approving his retirement, his status is still a resignation, and you have the obligation to keep it that way. If you have documents showing the formal action accepting his retirement, I would like to see them because what I was given does not include that. Here's what I received regarding the precedent. There are no records showing that this has happened before. None. Ms. Ponser Kamkar, you mentioned 5 times that there is precedent that this is the basis for your decision. Given all of your multiple references, to extensive conversations with counsel, it seems that any such records would have been at the center of those discussions and therefore readily available. If this action was in fact based on precedent, where is the evidence and when was the action formally approved? School boards have a responsibility to make decisions openly, honestly, and with a clear record. The public record does not support your statements. No documentation supports the claims you made on this issue at the March 5th meeting. For the past 10 months, public confidence in your leadership has eroded to the point of little trust, and sadly, this is another example. To quote Ms. Ponser Kamkar and Dr. Weisberg, we feel lied to and betrayed. So tonight, I'm asking you to produce the documentation that supports the claim of precedent, the specific legal board action that authorized this change, or the clear acknowledgement that neither exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Helfrich, followed by Mr. Hawk, and that is our last card.
Good evening, school board and administration. Hello, Dr. and Mrs. McCoy. I'm grateful to see you here this evening, and I'd like to echo Coach Nichols' remarks. Thank you, Dr. Macias. We couldn't have done this without you. My name is Alexandra Helfrich. I was a chair and executive board member of the Burbank Arts for All Foundation for over 15 years. During that time, I also served on multiple PTA and booster boards, diligently raising funds with fellow board members and making donations to BUSD in excess of $1 million. Thank you, Dr. Agakanian, for asking for a report of donors to the district at the last board meeting, to acknowledge and to be able to thank them. Listing these financial gifts is much more than accounting. As Dr. Agakanian knows from his professional experience, numbers are much more than math. They tell an important story. This donor report is an opportunity to highlight the truly extraordinary culture of BUSD, to shine a spotlight on the generosity of our parents, community members, alumni, staff, small businesses, large corporations, and countless volunteers. Our giving demonstrates passion for arts education, sports teams, teachers, science, and everything else that makes up our schools. This commitment doesn't end when our children are picked up at 3 p.m. or when they graduate. It continues for decades afterwards and is revealed in the donorship roles in the Current Education Foundation, in the PTAs, boosters, Friends of Monterey, and more. I understand the donor report has been pulled from the agenda this evening and look forward to a revised version that can be more accurate and inclusive. Please take your time. There's much to be learned from this process about our community, our culture, the needs, and what matters to donors. Please consider adding a few things when the report is brought back to the board. An annual total of giving for each year would be impactful. That big number will illustrate how hard every fundraising entity worked on behalf of students, how much time they spent raising every penny, and how much heart went into it. Please consider analyzing and totaling categories of giving. For example, to arts, music, athletics, STEM, classroom supplies and materials, professional development, field trips and outdoor science school, libraries and literacy, and infrastructure like playgrounds. This will give you insights into need, as well as trends in giving. Break down how much came from parent donors versus corporations or foundations. Don't forget to include outside fundraising organizations that don't go through BUSD Finance. For example, the high school vocal music associations who raise enough funds to support nationally ranked competitive programs. Well, that's a lot of money. Those dollars may not be part of your accounting system, but they still directly benefit our students, our schools, and the identity of Burbank. While the numbers tell a story, it's not the entire tale. The district benefits from immeasurable in-kind donations in the form of services, physical donations, and volunteer hours. Although it may be impossible to attribute a numeric value to these gifts, it's worth acknowledging in this report about donorship. The PTA keeps a careful record of volunteer hours and may be asked to share that information with you as a window into how much time is donated to support our schools. All of this is a big part of the reason my family and so many other families chose to send their children to Burbank Public Schools. It matters. Now more than ever, this district needs support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, I have Mr. Hawk from the Burbank Community Band.
All right. Well, hey, and a very pleasant good evening to all the members of the Make it on the record there. All right. Yeah. All right. Hey, a very pleasant good evening to all the members of the Burbank School Board, the terrific district staff and personnel, as well as others who've taken time out of their evening to participate in this meeting. For the record, my name is Eric Hawk. I'm the current president board of directors of the Burbank Community Band. In a moment, I'll speak about the band's upcoming concert, but first I wanted to highlight some great help and great facilities provided by this district. First, the Burbank Community Band and I are incredibly grateful to this district for a lot of great help that we have received from team members who've really helped ensure that our upcoming show on April 11th is a big hit. I'd like to thank Dina Grimshaw, Dolores Huerta Middle School's Title I coordinator, who has made time for the band, responding to questions, making time to visit the site. She also has arranged for the band to have a special assembly performance for the students of the middle school on the morning of Friday, April the 3rd, ahead of our public performance. Similarly, I'd like to express the band's great appreciation for Crystal Kazakis of the district's facilities services for her help in responding to questions, helping the band develop what will be more than just a concert, as I'll get into, but a fun community event for on Saturday, April the 11th. And last, I want to express appreciation to all y'all for providing wonderful performance spaces, not just for the Burbank Community Band, but also it's a wonderful thing for schools to provide quality performance spaces and concert halls for artistic groups and for the district students. It is a wonderful experience, no matter what your age may be, to perform on a well-maintained and well-designed stage. And it's great to have an audience to see those that you care about performing on a grand space like that, like an auditorium the school district is designed and continues to operate. So with that, I'll talk about what we're going to do on a auditorium stage. So next month on Saturday, I'll do that like that. On Saturday, April the 11th at 2 p.m., the Burbank Community Band will be performing on the main stage of Dolores Huerta Middle School, 420 South Mariposa Street. And I'm happy to announce that the concert, as it's drawing closer, there have been some wonderful additions to the performance. They'll make it a real fun event here in Burbank. Starting at 1 p.m., an hour before the show, there will be an art exhibit by local Burbank artists in the courtyard in front of the auditorium, as well as in the lobby of the auditorium. And that'll be thanks to the incredible team at the California Creative Arts Group. Also, representatives from Burbank's own Stretch Lab will have trained flexologists offering stretch sessions for individuals who may wish to improve their wellness prior to or after the performance. And Burbank's recently opened Capitol Grill restaurant will be providing free cookies for this free concert. And all of that will start at 1 p.m. And at 2 p.m., the Burbank Community Band will present Milestones of Freedom, a concert celebrating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, as well as 175th anniversary of California statehood. The concert will present music composed in America in the late 1700s, as well as music inspired by the events surrounding the signing of the Declaration. The band has also recently secured the incredible talents of a Ms. Abiodun Koya, an internationally acclaimed classical soprano singer who will bring her extraordinary voice to join the band on songs highlighting a number of pieces, especially pieces celebrating California state history, including our own adorable official state song of I Love You, California. As the title suggests, Milestones of Freedom will highlight historic moments where freedoms and liberties have expanded and transformed, from the abolition of slavery, the birth of jazz, and expansion of creative expression to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. The concert will be an uplifting event, an event highlighting great goals achieved through struggle and sacrifice and making a better land for us all. Hope you all can make it to the show. The free Milestones of Freedom concert will be on Saturday, April the 11th at 2 p.m. at Dolores Huerta Middle School. Of course, the event starting at 1 p.m. Once again at 420 South Mariposa Street right here in Burbank. And if for whatever reason you cannot make it to that show or would just like to see us more than once, the band will have a preview performance on Friday, April the 10th at Jocelyn Adult Center at 1301 West Olive Avenue, also right here in Burbank. And that's what I have, and I'll get you guys all some flyers, all of you on the dais here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
All right. That is it for public comment. Superintendent response?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all our speakers. I want to touch upon a few items. And first, always thank everyone for coming, obviously speaking their mind and opinions. Ms. Helfrich, you're absolutely right about the donors list in terms of it's more than just dollars and numbers. There is a distinct story and a deep connection that we have with people and organizations willing to, it's not just monetary in nature, but donate time and energy and do that for a district and a city that they're committed to. We want to make sure that we acknowledge that completely and conclusively and correctly. So we are deeply committed to that. That's why the item was pulled. We never want to have our partners out there ever feel like they're not going to be recognized and acknowledged for their efforts. It really does go a long way, even in the leanest of times, which we are experiencing. And we do value all our partnerships and in all efforts. So we will make sure that we will do our due diligence behind that. Want to highlight the track meet tomorrow night, because that is a wonderful event. Being the former principal at Luther Burbank Middle School, it's a fun event to see our students compete. But something really unique happens that night. And tomorrow night, if you go, which I encourage you to do and see, is that you see these kids who have pretty much grown up together in Burbank now reach a level where they're not only competing against each other, but they're still developing their friendships at a very different, weird place, because it is competitive. But what a wonderful event. Please do attend to Coach Doug Nickel, Elliot, and Mr. Shea, and to all the other schools and participants. There's a lot of volunteer hours that go into this. This is not something that they're getting paid extra for. They're not. They're spending their time and their energy, and they're doing it because they love their kids and they love their school communities and they want to have this experience. And the fact that they are celebrating their 80th year really does mean a ton. And I'm proud of that. So I will be there tomorrow night enjoying the festivities and the competition. On a personal note, Mr. Nickel, you're not here, but I do want to go on record. He's been an individual, an educator that has a deep amount of passion and care, but he is more than that. For everything that he said about me, he is an amazing, amazing human being, an amazing father, wonderful kids who I've seen grow up in the Burbank Unified School District and are enjoying their professions now as adults. Thank you for those kind words, Doug. That means a lot to me. Lastly, I do want to make sure there are things that I'm not going to be able to talk about when it comes to resignation retirement. That is something that is it's ongoing discussion. I'll leave it at that. My last comments, I do want to spend a little bit of time on sharing my personal thoughts when it comes to the story and unfortunate news that we've heard that what I believe to be a brave and courageous moment that Ms. Dolores Huerta had in being able to share her story. And it's not her story that she was sharing. She was literally sharing her trauma and her hurt and pain. This is also a personal moment. I, especially as a male, am not going to ever put myself in a situation to understand a woman's victimization in her moments, especially as detailed as she got to what she experienced. I still think she is a hero. I still think that she is a pioneer and she's an inspiration and a motivation to not only the farm workers, but human beings in general for what she's endured. And now what we come to know more that she's endured. Victimization and how people process their pain and trauma, that's their story, in my opinion. Their story. We may try to subject them and hold them to different standards, but until you are in that moment and experience that pain and trauma, and I know a little bit about that, I'll just say you don't know. And I would respectfully ask our community and anyone listening and paying attention to keep that in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. I don't have much to add to that. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our speakers for coming and speaking. I wanted to also encourage attendance at the middle school track meet. Dr. Agakanian, Dr. Weisberg and I went last year. It's amazing. Do not let Dr. Agakanian fill up your children with candy as he did to mine, or they will never sleep again. But it is a lot of fun. But they do love Dr. Agakanian for that reason. As Dr. Macias said, we don't have, it's a fluid issue. There is more to come on the resignation retirement issue. It's continuing to change. And so we will share more when we can, but it is not complete, is what I think I could say on that at this point. And thank you, Ms. Helfrich, for bringing some, I think, really thoughtful and concrete ideas around the donor report that I think are really well received by staff. I hope they have, as you said, the time to do that. I think this is our first time doing something like this, or at least certainly since I've been on the board. We do the gift reports, but in terms of looking at a global level of what we're actually receiving outside of our normal funding, I don't know that we've ever looked at a high level of trends or what it's going to, which, if I had a nickel for every time I said, we've never done this before. But I think all of your suggestions were spot on. So thank you for those. Any other additions from my colleagues today? Dr. Weisberg.
I wanted to say thank you quickly to Sarah Schwartz from BTA for bringing up the extremely important issue regarding making sure our students and our families feel safe. I know we'll continue to work with you to clarify that. Mr. Festante, I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for us because simply put, we legally can't answer the questions you're asking, but we look forward to having further conversations as the situation evolves. As dismissive as that sounds, it's certainly not intended to be. Ms. Helfrich, I thought that the idea of having that annual donation number is fantastic. I love that. I think it's a great way to really show the power and the commitment of community members. I really like the idea of categorizing donations as well. I think that's a fantastic way of highlighting, weirdly, not just the positives, but also maybe areas of inequity, areas where we can reach out and say, hey, last year, you know, the arts got this, but we didn't see a lot for science. So let's push for that. So I think that's a really great way of identifying gaps and successes. So I really appreciate those suggestions. As always, Mr. Hawk, thank you. And just to very briefly, I made a commitment to myself that whenever somebody came into the dais, no matter who they were, and said something that could deeply harm our students, that I would speak up. And this is a similar situation. We had in this room, I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago, a while ago, 3 years ago, we had probably the most difficult board meeting that I've ever been part of, where students, female students, came to us and shared stories of sexual assault and sexual abuse. And it was excruciating. To hear their stories and to hear why many of them chose not to share what had happened to them for years. I mean, truly one of the most devastating evenings of my adult life that I can remember as a person and as an educator. At no point has Ms. Huerta said that she knew of other abuse going on. When a victim chooses to share about their trauma and how they choose to share it, is their decision alone. It is not for us to judge. And we've seen people pile on as soon as all of this happened, immediately swinging the focus to the female victims and away from the male perpetrator. And while that's not surprising, it remains disgusting. She did what I think a lot of victims and a lot of women do, which is to prioritize the success of their movement or their job or what people might think about them over their own personal safety and well-being. And that's what Ms. Huerta chose to do. We are lucky that a movement is not one person, that Cesar Chavez does not define the United Farm Workers. We are also lucky to have witnessed in our time the extraordinary leadership and heroism of Dolores Huerta, not just in her time with the United Farm Workers, but the way she has chosen to stand up today, share this trauma, and set an example for other victims, both in the United States and beyond, of the bravery and courage it takes to share such a deeply dark and impactful part of her past, which has now been brought to light in a way I'm sure she didn't want. So I, for one, have never been more proud that we have named a middle school after Dolores Huerta. I think it brings new meaning and new power. And hopefully for anybody in our Burbank community and beyond, student or adult, who has experienced something like this, they look at Ms. Huerta's strength in this moment as a way that, you know, brings them some comfort and strength. And I know that I will look at Dolores Huerta Middle School and its naming with a renewed sense of pride and honor that I had a small part to play in selecting that name. So Si Se Puede still is as powerful as it ever was. And to anybody who is struggling with sexual assault or sexual violence, there are numbers readily available where you can seek help when you are ready to do so.
Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. Any other additions? Okay. On that, we are going to we're going to skip down to 12U, which is the approval of superintendent contract. And I have some language from the lawyer, so let me pull it up. So before we take action on this one, there is some legally required language for us to go through the terms of the contract. So this item is the board's discussion and approval of a contract for new superintendent, Dr. Tom McCoy. The proposed contract contains the following material terms. The term is 4 years from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2030. The annual base salary is $315,000. The board may increase the base salary if the superintendent receives a satisfactory evaluation. The superintendent is entitled to a stipend for an earned master's degree and an earned doctorate degree in the same amount as granted to other certificated management employees. The superintendent shall be entitled to a longevity bonus of 1% of the then current base salary upon satisfactory completion of his 4th, 5th, and 6th year of consecutive service as superintendent. The superintendent is entitled to receive the same health, welfare, and retiree benefits as other certificated management employees. He will work a positive work year of 225 days and may work an additional 5 days paid at his per diem rate with the board president's prior approval. He will not accrue vacation days. The board may terminate the contract without cause at any time, in which case the superintendent shall be entitled to his base salary from the date of termination until the expiration of the contract, or for a period not to exceed 12 months, whichever is less. That concludes the summary of the contract. A complete copy of the contract may be reviewed on the district's website as an on the district's website underneath the board meeting on the Board of Education page. We also have printed copies in the room here. So with that, I would like a motion and a second for the item itself, and then we can move to discussion.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. So let's have discussion on the contract itself. I wanted to start by saying thank you to Board Member Olson for being on the negotiating committee with me for this. So Board Member Olson and I got to work after our special meeting last Monday with council to negotiate this contract. We took into account the salary study that ESS had conducted and all of Dr. McCoy's many years of experience that he brings to the district and put together some terms for our council to bring directly to him. I personally was very surprised that we were able to make to terms this quickly. I think I've been kind of communicating that while our friends at ESS had the contract approval on March 26th, I didn't think there was any way that we would possibly be able to negotiate a contract in a week. And yet here we are. And I think that's a testament to the fact that we were well prepared with data. And I think that we have a superintendent that really wants to come here. And so I think we have a really good partner at the table in this. Anything that you want to add about the process, Kelsey, or Board Member Olson?
Sure. I'm just happy to add that it was really nice to be able to effectively collaborate. Thank you to ESS for the information and the team and the ongoing dialogue, especially with spring break. But again, everyone was super respectful and responsive. And it was just obviously that we were all ready to get going on this. So thank you.
I think one thing that I do want to point out to my fellow board members and the public, which is different than previous contracts, is this concept of a positive work year. Is everyone familiar with that? Or do people have questions on what a
I think it'd be great if you explained it. I was hoping you would. Yeah.
Do your best. I will do my very best. As I said in kind of the intro, right? The superintendent will not accrue vacation days, which means that so normally, right, there would be, I think in the previous contract, there were something like 262 work days, and then there was also an accrual of vacation days, right? Assuming that you would probably work about 225 workdays. Instead, there is an assumption that it will work 225 days, taking vacation, taking kind of those days off with our knowledge, right? But that there's no accrual of that vacation that happens. So whereas in the past, because the superintendency can be a very demanding job and people tend to not take their vacation, certainly at senior levels in our organization, unfortunately, while we would love for you to all take your vacation, we tend to have a large vacation liability and large vacation balance. And so then when people leave or when we get to the end of fiscal year, we talk about kind of cashing people out on vacation, and we will not have that as an issue. It is like it's not necessarily a cash savings because it's not necessarily a cash cost at the end of the year. But when you look at the comparable districts, the vacation days, if you were to cash those out for other districts, are somewhere in the range of $20,000 to $30,000 worth of compensation. If they're not used and then are paid out as cash. Does that help? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And hopefully I got that. Did I get that mostly right? I'm looking at ESS. Okay. And it seems like it jives with Dr. McQuiz's understanding too, which is probably the more important part. Other questions about the contract?
I just think it's important to point out, I've never had my job contract read out and discussed in public, and that this is an awkward thing to do. And just to take the opportunity to thank ESS. I know I heard Dr. Agakanian say it, for their unbelievable mentorship and leadership throughout this entire process. I think that, to President Ponser-Kamkar's point, the reason, my guess would be, besides the brilliant acumen of these two ladies, is that we were so well prepared going into negotiations, and we had been given so much information that it made that process, along with the whole process, really seamless. I feel like I learned an enormous amount, and just cannot thank them enough for their guidance throughout all of this. And, I think the end result is we have a phenomenal superintendent who is now going to lead us forward, and we're going to learn from him. But I just am truly grateful to both Roger and Mike for shepherding us through the past couple of months. This was a difficult process, one that I had never been a part of. And I think most of us have never been a part of. None of us, right? So yeah, so this was a big deal, and couldn't be a bigger deal for us. And so just a sincere thank you and a sincere welcome.
Yes. Dr. Agakanian?
Madam Chair, thank you. I also want to acknowledge all the individuals who made it to the second round and finalists, including, well, not finalists, but people we interviewed and individuals. The amount of applications we got, and it shows really how wonderful Burbank is and how people want to work here. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Massimo. The word bridge, I think that was a good one, on your newsletter as well. This is a very difficult job. I think sometimes we forget how much goes into it in the hours. But it also, requires a strong team and staff. So I do want to acknowledge also everyone for their hard work. It's not been an easy year, but again, at the same time, I am looking at the positive and where we're moving forward. I think systematic changes have and will be made in terms of where we're going. We're at the crossroads as a district and community, and I think this is important. But again, I do want to thank Dr. Massimo, and and thank you for your introduction today. I think sometimes people forget how difficult this is, not only on the job, but what it does, what amount of time you put in, the amount of time you're away from family. And look, we're all here because we care about our kids. It stops. It's all about our kiddos. So I want to thank everyone, and I'm excited to welcome our new superintendent.
Anyone else?
I did want to say it was very, thank you very much to trustees Camcar and President, wait, the other way around.
Is it good?
Yes,
Close
you know
enough.
who you are. Being able to, again, like we said, we've all not gone through this to actually see the entire contract. And I would strongly advocate people going through and looking and seeing what it is. Very happy to see that there's evaluation in there. So the section that is definitely saying, you know, how it will be evaluated. It's very nice to see it spelled out exactly what the board and superintendent responsibilities are and how this is all, to be able to see it all in, you know, black and white was very helpful for me.
I think it will be, it will depend on the board, or like the board still needs to actually do those things, right? Those have always been in our contracts. Right, no.
I'm still new, so I had never seen the actual.
Absolutely.
Contract.
I think what the contract, I think, is a fairly straightforward, simple contract. And we still have to do the most important things right. And so I think you're right. Like the fact that we've got evaluation in there and that we tried to actually put dates in there, for example, of when we're setting goals and when we're doing evaluations, I think is important. And so we tried to learn from the past in all of this. That's Ms. Olson.
There are very tactical things that I think is great that the entire community can see about what will happen within the start of this experience. I'm really looking forward to. I'm particularly honored to get to be a part of this moment, even this little stint I have. It's been really great.
I think the last piece that I would add is, I know when we sent out the e-news, we attached the leadership profile that ESS did. And I think that has really become a document that really helped the board develop not really guide our thinking and who we were looking for, but it helped us develop our interview questions. It helped us develop how kind of our individual rubrics and a rubric as a group of who we were looking for. And I do think it's going to develop how we set goals with Dr. McCoy, right? And so that will continue to be a guiding document for us, especially in this first year with him. And so that is something, at least in my mind, that we will continue to bring forward of how are we making sure that we are showing things like that we're doing things like building trust, that we are that we're doing the changes that we need to make, that we are building exceptional teams, right? And so I think there are a number of pieces in there that became very important that we wanted to see both in experience and also in plans for Burbank Unified that we really saw just exceptionally in Dr. McCoy. You know, I think I personally have just been really, really excited to have him at the helm in the future and have him get started. To Dr. Macias's point, it's been, as far as I can tell, it's been at least like almost 20 years since we put someone into this position starting that was an experienced superintendent. Everyone else has been kind of elevated into the job, which there's a case to be made for that sometimes. I think this is the right move for our district right now. And I think our community is going to see that when they meet Dr. McCoy really quickly. I have high hopes for this. So if there's no other comments, I'd love to take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I actually need to take a voice vote on this one, I think, my friends.
Well. Get ready.
Dr. Agakanian? Clerk Kano?
Aye.
Vice President Weisberg?
Aye.
Member Olson?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Dr. McCoy. Would you like to come up and give some remarks?
Thanks, everyone. President Ponser Camcar, trustees, student staff, guests, community members. I'm a little emotional too. Wow. Join the club. I'd like to thank the, excuse me, I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity that I'm grateful to accept. During the search process and since the announcement that I was a sole finalist for this position, every person I spoke to about the district led with the same phrase, 100%. Burbank's a great place. Each person also wanted me to know that the district is ready to move forward together to a better place. The stakeholders I've talked to want to return to an environment centered on trust. I'm honored that the first moment of trust extended as we move forward together is the offer from the board to become the new superintendent of BUSD, and I don't take that lightly. Trust stems from reliability, coherence, and communication, and we will work together to create an environment where this is the norm. I'd like to thank my wife, Dr. Tiffany Morris, fellow educator, for joining us tonight. Sorry, guys. Yeah. And I would also like to thank Dr. Mike Matthews and Dr. Roger Rice for their diligence and communication as a candidate. I actually look forward to meeting and listening to all of you about how we'll work together to best serve the youth in our community and to help assure their future and ours under their leadership. They become us. They fill these seats. They fill this seat. And that's what we're all about. And I'd be happy to take questions or comments from the board. Thank you very much.
Welcome. So excited. It's a little special for me because Dr. McCoy and I crossed paths in my past, and I'm really, really excited to welcome you and to work with you again. This is a really special moment. And again, I'm so grateful to you, Dr. Macias, for being this impeccable leader for us and for welcoming and ushering in this new season. Just thank you so much.
Sure. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Arikanian.
Just for the record, no one got my memo about not wearing a blue suit tonight. So 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 4 of us. We didn't coordinate it, so.
Everyone's concerned. Anyone else? Ms. Cano?
Yeah. Well, I would like to say welcome to you and to your wife, Dr. Morris.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Morris. Yeah. Welcome welcome to BUSD. You told us that you have connections already here, so we don't have to tell you about all the local spots, but
yeah,
just reach out.
Tiffany's dad was a Burbank High School graduate, and then we found out her great grandmother was in the first graduating class of Burbank High in 1914 or something like that. So we've been here visiting family several times. I know where Bob's is, so I'm good.
There you go.
But also looking forward to really getting to know the community in depth and really having that whole experience. Since I got my first call from someone from Burbank 5 minutes after you announced me as the sole finalist last Monday. And we spent the week trying to connect with some staff and some community members to set up some meetings. So I'm going to be working on being here, and I thank Dr. Macias for his outreach to me and Dr. Hasty as well. And Dr. Napick also sent me a nice email, and I really appreciate people have reached out. And like every education circle, the phone's lit up. We all know people who know each other and have worked here in the past. A lot of my colleagues in Ventura County have worked in Burbank Unified. So really excited to get on board. Working with our school board, who've been very gracious. So I will most likely be here once a week, just meeting folks, taking meetings, trying to get organized so we can really hit the ground running on July 1 and really encourage folks to reach out to me. I have 2 or 3 community meetings already scheduled and really looking forward to getting to know staff and just getting to be part of a great place. So thank you again for this. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
All right.
Great.
Thanks, guys. Can reuse this one. Okay.
Awesome. Wow. All right. Okay. Well, let's go back to the thing that the most exciting part of the evening, which is our printer situation. 11B, use of cooperative purchasing agreement for managed print services.
I can't believe
I'm so excited.
Why would they not want to?
Hi, everyone. I'm excited about managed print services. If you get a little teary-eyed with this.
Try not. I'll try not to. Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's take 2 minutes
Yeah.
for a little break. Sorry, guys. Should it say mute up there? That's okay. Okay. Hello, returning. Thank you for the quick bio break. That was not 2 minutes, but was instead 9. 11B, use of cooperative purchasing agreement. Dr. Hasty.
Thank you very much. This presentation is informational for our managed printing services, and I'm just going to get right to it. Just going to go over the background. I'll talk about the overview and what we're doing, the stakeholder input, and the process we have done up to this point to get feedback and make essentially rank the decisions and the contracts we have thus far. Background, as you may know, and you've read some of the materials, we're looking at since 2019, we've had a 5-year agreement with Sharp Business Systems. We're looking at about $100,000 to $350,000 buyout. When all other copies and everything is included and services were about $375 a year. And we also had an agreement that extended 2 years. Looking at the current state of analysis, looking at the managed print services, just where we were. And again, I just got to give credit to David Gerarder, who did a lot of work around this, really looking at, the fleet size and condition. Just he had it down to a T, every printer and all the copiers where we stood. And you can see there where the really analyzing the service model. We were having a bit of a reactive service model. We didn't have a lot of proactive monitoring. We sat and got, and again, printers and copiers throughout a school they're either the teacher's best friend or the teacher's worst enemy. But we looked at that cost structure, which I already mentioned about the 375. And of course, as we know, this is a really important decision, as exciting as it might be right now to listen to it, but it will be a decision we have to, live with over the next number of years. Looking at the input, we reached out so far to, we did an internal survey. We've met with principals. We've talked to the directors. We presented to cabinet. David, Mr. Gerarder is part of a purchasing group. And so he was able to send a survey out to other districts and get some feedback that way as to what copiers they're using and companies they're using. And of course, we had some operational data we were looking at. We pulled data from all the copiers to see numbers and where we were. And of course, then we reviewed the vendor proposals. Looking at the criteria, we just broke it down. We were looking at cost efficiency. That was 30% of the weight. You'll see that service model. And then of course the service agreement, what that was 25%. What kind of response are we getting? And then of course, did they have K-12 experience? What was their track record with similar districts? And then we had the implementation and transition risks. It was 15%, all equaling up to a technical capabilities, a total of 100% were the weighting criteria when we ranked the different vendors we looked at. And here's a quick ranking of them as it stands now. This is number 1 is ranked Circle MSP. There you'll see the cost there at $259 to $266. They are the lowest costs. They have a pretty proactive service model, not K-12 experience explicitly. However, they do have government experience. They've worked with some government offices. And then of course, as you go down to LDI Connect, we have 268 to 292. Moderate to low cost. They are local, but you see, it's just, again, they're kind of in the middle there. I think we didn't have any that really large risk factors that we would put out or articulate than UBEO at 291, 291 plus. And then of course, we just didn't see as much differentiation, but overall was, most of these are solid. And then Konica and then Canon were the other two. So this shows you just our process and how we ranked it. This is going to be a kind of like the CMAS, a collective, a shared contract where we don't have to take it to bid. But, they've done that kind of like how a piggyback works. So we just want to make sure we are informing the board. The next step would be to bring a contract forward and just to understand that this is, substantial costs if we're talking annually over the next 5 years to the district. And of course, it will be impacting everybody in the district on a daily basis. So I really want to say I appreciate all the hard work that David did in putting this together and just really putting the thought to take this seriously and making sure we're doing right by all the employees of the district. Any questions?
Questions from my colleagues? Ms. Cano.
So, because this was really super helpful. And I know you were kind of making light of it. We're saying, oh, how, but honestly, I think everybody here who's worked in school, you hit it. It is either you know, it's your best friend or it's just a nightmare.
Yep.
And so I know several of us, I have my own little printer in my classroom. And honestly, I mean, I have to pay $125 for the toner that put in there. It's expensive. So if I could have, you know, if it was reliable, always, it's wonderful. So this was great. The looking at them all, this idea of seeing these different vendors. Two questions. Number one, just for my own edification, the one that you said that the first one, Circle, has government or experience. How would that be, you know, equitable to what happens in a school?
Just with the contract, if it's a public, you know, dealing with a government contract of any kind, just the requisition process and, you know, public money. So they're going to probably mimic some of our processes, just like the city of Burbank, not mirror, but we could see that there would be some parity there in some respect.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking, honestly, just like I know when I was in elementary school, there was times we were asking, could we put more card stock in? Because kindergarten had to cut things out. So I'm thinking, do they do card stock and have to have colored paper when they, you know?
Yeah, and that's great
honestly,
feedback, and that's
does it
exactly
really
what
go
we want.
through.
Yeah.
And then the other question, just in terms of like for looking at, say, the one, if it's a little bit more costly, that the cost is higher, but in the long run, do any of them then, you know, although it's a little bit higher in the long run, would it be, I don't want to know how do I say, not cost saving, but more efficient?
Some of the, like for LDI, they're more local. So there's some thought about that with repair. Would they be able to
Yeah,
go
it's
faster
yes,
and repair?
yes, yes.
So there's items of that nature that we looked at. For Canon, which is very expensive, they have great support on that, but you pay for the support. So that's why you'll see a higher price.
Yeah.
But for the most part, in looking at this, they kind of have their own little layer of you know, uniqueness that brings quality to the group. And so I would say just with the top 2 to 3, you know, we're looking at that's where those are really the defining pieces, that whether they're local in that K-12 experience or, you know, but the costs overall is obviously a cost savings as well.
Right.
So,
but I guess I'm thinking in terms of the speed of getting somebody out, because
exactly.
the whole school goes down when the copier goes down, then, and you're just waiting there. It's just like you're waiting for the, you know.
And that's been a challenge for the current vendor for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Olson?
I first just have to say, I saw this report and immediately emailed David because I was like, this is the model, because it answered the immediate questions and it clarified the purpose, the process. And he immediately thanked you back and it was a circle thing. But I think it's just important to note that this was a gold standard of receiving a report. I wanted to ask a little bit more just for clarity for everyone, like what exactly happens next?
We would do the next board meeting, we would bring a contract.
So it would be the next board meeting.
Yeah, we can do that. And
Okay.
unless there's some more feedback or the board, you know, we would bring that and we could definitely do that.
Got it. And then would you say, I know like a number wasn't presented, but kind of an overtime savings. You mentioned that this is helping us move from reactive to proactive. And I was just wondering if you could kind of speak to everybody a bit about how you quantify that
Yeah, I mean,
as a positive thing, you know?
reactive is my copier broke. I bring out the service person at a cost to fix. And if it's not in the contract, it costs more money. And sometimes they don't come on time. Now we have an operational issue. So quantifying it is more expensive, and also operationally, it creates deficiency within the organization. For these, giving those price ranges, I mean, we're talking at least, you know, anywhere from 50 upwards to 70,000 or more a year of savings. And if you're looking at a 5-year period, it's definitely, I mean, David did a really good job in looking at those costs. And so we definitely have an opportunity here to save some money.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
I think my question was similar to Ms. Cano's question, just in terms of you know, how K-12 experience might be different than higher ed versus government. No card stock, I guess.
I mean, it's true.
No, but I do. I think it might be volume, right? I was trying to think of like what else might be like the issue there in terms of Yeah, I guess like,
It was a criteria for
Right.
us, mainly because, we want to make sure that people understand the card stock and the K-12 pieces. But remember, it was a balanced criteria, as you'll see. And so even though that group doesn't have that experience, and they did have some government experience, so they understand, requisitions of that, they're not going to be working with the best system or the Smarty system, possibly. They might, but so those are pieces that would possibly be issues that we would look at as more of risks.
right. And they're going to understand, we start it early in the morning and all of that good stuff.
Correct.
And I think my other question was just, how does this interact with the print center or no? Is this separate from the print center?
I'm going to say yes, because we're getting copiers
I'm
across
getting a
the
nod
board.
from behind you.
Yeah. Did you see it? Was that a yes, no? Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
behind.
Yes, thank you. It does. It's everything that prints in this whole district. That's
Okay.
yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. So then the next step would be bringing back a Circle MSP contract
Yeah, it'd be a contract. Yeah.
from Circle.
And
first
that would be, I based on the ranking, it would be the Circle, or we could, we were wanting some feedback from the board. And so this is informational, but it was to get your feedback. So we wanted to make sure you had an informed presentation here to provide some feedback.
And in terms of, because you said LDI is local,
Yes.
means they can get to us. Quickly, because honestly, when it goes down, forget it.
That was
You know,
something we talked about.
you're
Yes.
doomed. And it always happens the morning you're giving a test and you didn't get the things done before. But Circle, where are they located and how quickly could they get out?
I
to-
want to say they're Orange County off the top of my head. But yeah, they're not, they were out of county, but I can't say how many satellite offices are close by, but
Okay. Something to consider.
Yeah. I mean, I think,
Having experienced this, no matter how local they are, there's always gonna be waiting to get people to come and serve.
Right.
They could be down the street in the afternoon.
Yeah.
There is those days of small mom and pops coming over quickly. I know. I wish that was the case, but unfortunately.
no, I mean, I think just having in the contract a service level agreement that is consistent with
Yeah.
what we need, right, is really important. And making, and, I would imagine that, that government contracts have that and that they have been held accountable to those kind of metrics in the past and can show us evidence of that. And so I think, that would make sense to me. And go ahead, Dr. Agakani.
I'm dealing with the similar issues right now. I might work with different company, but I also used to work for Hewlett Packard. I kind of my concern is that most of the time with printer issue is really done internally. People don't know how to change cartridges and stuff. My concern is more about network. Are these going to be sitting on networks?
yes, we have the network that will,
That's the biggest challenge. Networks that doesn't print quickly, goes into a buffer, then you sit there, then you know what I'm talking about. I think that's my other.
Yeah.
Will there be technical support for
Yes.
network issues?
yes.
It's less printer usually nowadays. It's more network.
Mhm. Yes,
That's good. That's good news.
well, especially as we upgrade our infrastructure as well. I mean, that one.
Yeah, I think, it's flagged as higher implementation risks than the next one down. I think just thinking through those things, right? And making sure that we've got IT staff, right? That's ready for that implementation piece, that we're ready from all of our other kind of technical implementation to make sure that the network is going to work for these. Makes a lot of sense, and that the service pieces work for our team. I think then, yes, I think we want to move it forward, because I know this is something that every time I see David, he talks to me about. So
He's going to listen to every word of
we know,
your comments, and he
David,
will.
I'm so glad that you got to go to opening day.
I had a question.
Hang on, Ms. Olson's going to go next, and then you can ask your question, Dr. Arikanian.
Thank you. And from a feedback standpoint, like Circle's customer experience and breakdown was really clear. Like
Yes.
their response time, all of that stuff. So I think it's also just on us to hold them to that. But yeah, I just wanted to add that feedback that to me that checked all the boxes.
Question?
He knows this stuff.
I have a question. Now, in terms of cost involved, is there a system to cap print? Because some individuals will end up printing 2,000 prints by mistake and they don't know how to stop it. Do we get charged per copy here or?
Yeah, we do. I mean, everything is a charge per copy. Like currently, I want to say our main copy machines are 0.001. I mean, it's the main copy machines are much cheaper than your classroom printers. But regardless, yes, is that a possibility? Yes, to cap. I mean, we would, yeah. Okay.
You've had instances you print.
Yeah, no, that's a
200
really good point. I just thought of that when you talk about networks, because I know, you've seen it at the schools. It's like somebody and then the kid sends it and kids don't understand that if you hit print and it doesn't happen because they're looking at one printer, but it's going to the library and they keep hitting print and all of a sudden you get like 75 of their report.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is something we have been talking about, and but we will have to work with all stakeholders regarding any changes.
That's what I was gonna say. Maybe do they do any kind of like, educational type of or trainings type things?
Yep.
Great.
Yep. I think, and knowing folks knowing whether or not, if we are able to, run reports on who is doing the most utilization might help us, from that point of view.
That's good.
Like letting people know that they are maybe using the printer more than, they're above benchmark, you might say.
And that was part of our assessment for this one, and we
Right.
got for yeah. So I think we have enough feedback, and we'll just take that. And again, we would bring back a cooperative purchasing agreement that is essentially like a piggyback. All the due process or all the procurement rules have already been met when we bring that to us.
I have 10 more questions, Dr. Hasty.
Thank you very much.
I have copies of questions, if that would be. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hasty.
Thank you, guys.
We can move to 12A.
I might as well stay here.
Thank you. We got cut off from a presentation.
I'm messing.
Thank you.
You met, yeah, please.
My daughter was actually. But one thing I just wanted to add really quick.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Miss Kuteria, there's something going on with the Zoom. Oh, Dr. Andrews is going to figure it out. 12A, approval of resolution 26. Dr. Macias? 12A.
I think that's me.
Oh, Dr. Hasty.
Yeah, so okay, so this resolution is we're gonna have a number of these for the King Consulting. So I just want to go through some of them. It's required procedural step that authorizes the district to submit applications to the State Allocation Board for potential facility funding opportunities. It formally designates district representatives who are authorized to act on behalf of BUSD in the application and approval process in ensuring compliance with state requirements. Approval of the resolution does not commit the district to any specific project or expenditure. It simply preserves our eligibility to access state funding programs. This positions the district to maximize external funding opportunities, particularly as we continue to evaluate facility needs and long-term capital planning. Authorizing the superintendent designee ensures we can move efficiently on applications and required documentation as opportunities arise.
Questions from my colleagues?
Quick one. Does this relate? So we found ourselves right over the summer in a predicament where we didn't have, it was basically all on interim superintendent Macias to sign all of the things. Is that the same thing we're talking about? As it's not, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, before we do other questions, can I have a motion in a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Other discussion?
Thank you for that clarifying.
Just another clarifying
Girls.
question that we'll have to do this again in July in multiple ways. And roles are shifted or no?
That's a great question. I do, the resolution, I'll have to get back to you. I don't think so. Once it's done, this gives us, what we're going to do is do the applications at this point. We can't apply for these funds unless this is done. And so once you apply, you sit and wait, and we can be waiting for a while. But this is just one of those precursors.
Okay.
I would assume if we got money and we wanted to go for that money again, we'd have to bring something back.
Okay, that makes sense.
But in reading this, because it had said that it was basically, it's the governing board must formally authorize, oh, that does, never mind.
Mhm. Yeah, and all you're doing is authorizing us to submit to the state for the fund.
Got it. All right. Other further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 12B, approval of resolution 27, authorizing the file of applications for state allocation board administered facility hardship seismic mitigation programs for the Burbank Unified School District.
Resolution authorizes the district to apply for state funding under the Facility Hardship Seismic Mitigation Program, which supports critical safety improvements to school facilities. As part of the state requirements tied to Proposition 2, the district must develop and maintain a board-approved 5-year facility master plan, which we do, to remain eligible for these funds. Approval of this resolution does not commit us to any specific project or expenditures. It ensures we remain eligible to pursue funding opportunities.
Can I get a motion in a second first? That's it. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Kano. Ms. Kano, question?
Why did we, because it was after October 31st of 2024, why have we done this sooner?
I don't.
Yes, this is as good as mine then? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And once we do this, there's, we're gonna have a lot of
Yeah,
opportunities.
it just looks like most of these are just all these resolutions, basically just allowing us eligibility to be able to apply for these things.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes. And no, that's, I think we put in our facilities master plan a number of ways that we might receive state funding and state matching funds. Should at the time, the state pass a bond, and the state did pass a bond, and then we
Got to get in line.
in some ways, had a lot of things to do that did not get done, this being one of them. Other discussion on this item, our 2023 Perkins Eastman Facilities Master Plan suffices for this requirement?
Yes.
Okay. And for the other ones that reference having a 5-year strategic plan, okay, or facilities master plan?
Right.
All right, it's been moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Kano. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12C, approval of Resolution 28, acknowledging required certifications for submission of applications to the Applications Received Beyond Board Authority List, SAB. Administrative Services recommends. Okay, there we go.
Somewhat the same. I mean, you're gonna hear, but so resolution allows the district to submit facility funding applications, even though state bonding funding is currently exhausted. Again, it's not based on the current one, but this can be for old projects, placing us on the state's application received beyond bond authority list. Being on this list does not guarantee funding, but it preserves the district position should new state bond funds become available in the future. So we have to get in line essentially. The resolution formally acknowledges key state conditions, including the future state funding is uncertain, requirements may change, and any early project work would be at the district's risk. So we're not waiting for these funds, and we're not building because we think they're coming. This is a strategic positioning action, ensuring BUSD is ready and eligible to access funding opportunities without delay in addition to an additional bond authority is approved, if additional.
Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
You can move by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Discussion. So is Prop 2 money fully exhausted at this point? They've not indicated. that.
I
That's-
think, I want to say it's committed and we're hoping for more.
Okay.
But if there's more that comes, we will be in line for it.
Got it.
That's the key.
Got it.
So the resolution to queue.
The resolution to queue. I like that.
Mhm.
Other discussion? Okay. Moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Approval, 12D, approval of resolution 29, authorizing filing of applications for the State Allocation Board administered programs for the Burbank Unified School District.
Okay, this authorizes us to submit applications for state facilities funding through programs administered by the California School Allocation Board, preserving access to potential future funding opportunities. A key requirement, you'll hear it again, tied to these applications is the district must have a board-approved 5-year facilities master plan, which aligns with long-term facility needs, which we have. The district will be required to submit an FMP within 90 days, which we will, of application process by the Office of Public School Construction to maintain eligibility for funding. And yeah, so we can do it. We'll get in line again.
Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Discussion. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12E, approval of resolution 30, supporting a 7.24% increase to the LCFF base grant as recommended by the Legislative Analyst Office. Dr. Macias?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Quick background, the local control funding formula, LCFF, adopted in 2013. Grand in scope, grand in nature, has fundamentally failed us in the sense that I'm using those words, yes, I am. Rising costs, inflation, we have not kept up with that formula and our needs fiscally. This resolution is asking the governing board, if approved, to ask district staff, me in particular, to direct this resolution and our position to the governor, the Department of Finance, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, and members of legislature. Our local politicians have already heard from this. This will put a formal action in place. Little side note, we have had great discussions in 5-star as well about raising the base. So this would highly propose and advise and take on what the Legislative Analyst Office has suggested and identified as a 7.24% increase to the base grant as a viable option moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. Can I get a motion and a second on this?
Second.
Discussion. This is great. I will say to Dr. Macias's 5-star point, we have 5-star tomorrow morning, and the chair of the Education Committee and Education Budget Committee, Assemblymember Perez, Senator Perez, Assemblymember Perez, Senator, will be there, and so we will be able to say that we passed
what we did.
resolution. And that will be nice, I hope. So. I mean,
And
I'm
for
hoping
the-
that we'll pass it, I guess.
And again, for the greater community to know, even us here, raisethebase.org. Raisethebase.org. Once we do this, we can sign up and actually be listed as a district that supports this movement, and we did this resolution.
Yeah, I signed the petition last week. We can all sign it. And then when this is all fun, we can actually do it.
Great. Any other discussion? All right, although, it was moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. 12F, approval of JBHS Comprehensive School Safety Plan. Dr. Knappich.
I'd like to invite Dr.
Not yet.
Ms. Barzigar, Director of Student Services, to the podium to talk about JBHS.
Hello, Ms.
Safety
Barzigar.
Plan.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening, everyone. So I have an update on the John Burroughs High School bin, which was the area of concern last time we spoke. So I did go out and meet with them several weeks ago at this point and did a walkthrough with Mr. Knoop and a member of the facilities team. And Mr. Knoop showed us the new duffel bags he ordered with all the medical supplies, which were great. But the concern was putting it in the bin and having the same issue persist. And having those items damaged again. And so we were talking out there about a creative solution, and we noticed that there is a classroom, a bungalow very close by. And we talked about how great it would be if we could use that classroom. However, it was occupied. So shout out to Mr. Earl Hollingshed, who was the teacher in that classroom who graciously offered to move within 2 or 3 days with the help of facilities. And they were able to relocate him into another classroom into the building. And so now they have changed the lock on that. They have that classroom, which is a bungalow very close to the field set up. They've got the medical supplies in there. They met with their school site council again to review the plan, to talk through all the progress they've made. And they made a second time because they wanted to ensure that their students were also able to attend. They weren't able to the first time because they had a choir rehearsal or something like that. And so they've met with their school site council. And what I'm hearing from the site is that their team was comfortable when they signed off on it. I think they're just waiting for shelving to go in. They want to put a conference. So Mr. Knoop has some good ideas and big dreams for how he wants to develop that space now that he's got a bigger space for that area, but it's going to look nice. They've got it up and running at this point. So they've put their plan forward and they feel like they're ready to get out.
That's wonderful. Before we approve this, can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this?
Just thanks to everybody for making it happen.
Hannah?
Did everybody sign off then? Because I know that was one of the concerns that we had, one of the members that was here that
So the
had,
signature page does ask for a parent signature on there. And so it did have one, but it has one again this time. But everybody in the meeting, the feedback that I'm hearing was that everybody was in agreement.
okay, good. So
and
they're
felt comfortable.
great. They're
I
satisfied.
wanted to see more progress on that goal. Although the goal is still there because they still want to continue to develop the space, but from what I saw was written in the goal, they've actually made more progress than when they submitted the plan, which was about 2 weeks ago.
Great, good. Congratulations to them.
Other discussion? I know this was, we submitted this late or past a deadline for, I think, the state. Were there any issues with that?
Well, we have to submit it after it's approved, so we'll go ahead.
Okay. But they haven't been like knocking down the door, asking for the school safety plan. Good to hear. Okay. And then I think the other question I have is just from for next year, how do we think about, I think on a broader level for all the safety plans, like trying to make sure that we've got all of our ducks in a row, right? And I don't know, tell me more about like how you've thought about process for next year.
Yeah, and so as I talked earlier about process last time, but I'll talk through it. So at the beginning of the year, I sent out all the sites, the list of steps that needed to be followed and the benchmarks and the dates that needed to be met. While we have deadlines in mind where we want to get our school site council together, there are pieces like, for example, it needs to be put out there and voted on for the members to be part of that. Or if it's a meeting, you need to advertise it publicly. And so I did offer a Zoom meeting, like an optional Zoom meeting for sites to be able to join and ask any of those questions. But having gone through it now a full cycle with all the sites, it gave me perspective into the unique challenges that each of the sites have. And so that'll help guide me in the connection that I keep with them for next time to see what may not be coming up in my discussion with them with the checkpoints that I've gone through, maybe in deeper conversations that they're having within the meeting to see what are the unique questions or concerns that their teams have so that we can talk through it together.
Great. Thank you, Cindy.
And just to add a little bit more to that, what we hope as we are developing, because we do have 2 planned days with our principals and Principals Institute, this is something that we'll do a deeper dive, knowing what we learned this year. That way principals are planning now before they go out in summer. So we're going to make sure that that's part of our scheduling and agenda.
All right. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Iacania, second from Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Barzigar. All right, 12G, approval of agreement with Ecolab Inc. for district-wide pest control services.
Yes, we're moving from a limited kitchen-only pest control program to a full program covering kitchens and cafeterias. The new service includes inspections, prevention, not just treatment, helping us catch issues early. Ecolab provides consistent monthly service. They have a reporting mechanism, and they're, from what we've seen, is quick response. And then the cost here between 23 and 40, it's going to 40,000 annually. It's covered out of the cafeteria fund, so it's not going to touch our general fund. And we do have a surplus there and can't afford.
Can I have a motion a second? Second. Discussion? Dr. Weisberg?
I know that there previously been some issues with people in facilities needing to get that specific license to do pest control. And so is this going to replace? Because do we have anybody still on staff who is mainly their job is to do pest control?
I'm going to say I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because from my experience, and I'll find out for here, but usually we bring in a contract for that, but
Okay.
I need to find out.
Yeah, I just know that in the past, we've had issues with people needing to get certain licensure and then not being able to get it. And so I would assume that, I mean, I don't want to impact any jobs, but if we have a 24/7 service, the impact of that on an employee who might have this as part of their job description.
Yeah, I'll send a follow-up. I'm pretty sure we contracted out, but I'll make sure.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're currently contracting it out.
Yeah.
This is expansion of
Exactly.
that contract, right?
Yes, I just
Um,
didn't know if we had somebody in addition to that because I know that the limitations from Western were pretty vast.
Yep.
I think as we expand this contract to, I think, more parts that touch the kitchen infrastructure, is there any concern about that being kind of compliant with how we use our cafeteria funds?
No,
And it's all paid out of cafeteria fund, as you said.
correct.
Okay, great. Other discussion on this, questions? Okay. It's been moved by Dr. Akani and seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries as presented. 12H, approval of variable waiver request certificated. Dr. Macias.
Yes, what we're seeking here is approval for two individuals, speech pathologists who are not fully credentialed. Since 1994, the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing has allowed this ability to add a waiver document for those who aren't appropriately credentialed. Those in the special ed universe, that's an area that we always have shortages of. So this seeks to have employment of these two identified speech pathologists for the 26-27 year.
Can I,
And they're currently in their credential and they're working towards that.
great. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Discussion. Go ahead, Ms. Kano. Mike?
I had two questions, just in terms of so it's clearly out there. So they're in the programs right now, and so they will have someone out, a supervisor who is always overlooking them and seeing that, so that nobody ever says
That's part of,
they were not.
correct.
Yeah. And then are they on the same pay scale then as somebody who would be fully credentialed?
Yes.
Okay.
I think often what happens when we aren't able to fill these positions is we use agency for that, right? And so I would imagine that this is significantly less expensive than
And-
these with agency hires.
And our
right?
ability to keep our own in this case.
Absolutely. And grow our own,
Right.
right? Bring folks in, make sure they get a credential, keep them in our classrooms. I think that's wonderful. So, any other discussion on this item? Okay. All those in favor say, moved by Dr. Akani and seconded by Ms. Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously as presented. 12I, approval of professional services agreement, Mollenhauer Group GPR utility survey, storm drain and landscape improvements, Burbank Adult School.
Yes, this is to do a utility survey using ground penetrating radar. So they identify underground lines before construction at the adult school. Very, very important. So they'll avoid any mistakes, more delays in construction. Cost is $29,240 out of Measure ABC bond.
Okay, a second
Second.
discussion? Dr.
Uh,
Weisberg?
Yeah, so when this says landscape improvements, this is not the actual doing of those things. It's just the utility survey to eventually facilitate those things being done correctly.
Correct.
Great.
Ms. Olson?
I was just wondering if this was part of the existing kind of map and framework as part of the bond, or is this something different?
It's part of the ADA priority.
Okay.
Because again, that area where all those roots are, there's a lot of trip hazards, the concrete's coming up. And so we got to get.
Okay, that's a good point. I remember that being a part of it. This specific work, I don't remember being attached to that. So okay, that makes sense.
Other discussion? Ms. Cano?
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of with all the trees, and I know we had some real concern from even people there at Burbank Adult School that in terms of the loss of trees or the worry that the trees were going to be cut down or eliminated, but this will be good because then they'll kind of know where things, the lay of the land.
Correct. And then
Great.
we also have an arborist that's going to be doing a study that will.
Great, just so that people know that we're aware of that.
Great. You know, I know that we are able to spend money on the adult school as part of our bond. And that ADA is a priority as identified in our bond. I also, our facilities master plan identified over $1 billion in need. As you know, I have a hard time thinking about like all of that in context when I know that the adult school is not in the same kind of funding situation that the rest of the district is in. And so I would like to see at some point some sort of shared burden on the facilities improvements from the adult school. You know, I want to support them, and it's not our main focus as a district. Our main focus has to be our K through 12 schools. In my opinion. And when I think about the work that I did knocking on doors and talking to people, it was about putting roofs on K-12 schools. It was about putting HVAC in K-12 schools. It was not about work at the adult school, as important as this work is, right? And so I think for me, it's a little bit hard to kind of continue to see the pieces of this. Also, again, out of context from an overall priority list of where this lives and how much this overall project is going to cost.
Yeah, and I would say to echo that, I think that priority list just becomes more and more important the more we talk, even thinking about playgrounds, things like we talked about a couple of months ago. I think it's gonna be really important for us to have that larger picture to understand both the priority and the schedule.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I would say, it's interesting because your children are young. And so that, you know, you're kind of going that way, and my child is old and she's taking classes at Burbank Adult School. So I understand. But I do think in terms of for that is one of our properties, the longevity of that building, because it's been around. So I kind of like that we're actually looking and seeing to make sure that we do have it, because it's becoming quite a unique part of our school district in terms of the things that Mr. Noguera is putting in a lot of the new programs, especially with the LVN program that's going to be starting up next year. They're starting up the pharmacy program, starting, the ribbon cutting. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on that I think definitely benefits the community. So I just don't really want to just go, it's only K-12.
Well, I think
it's the community, it's the whole
I
district.
think if I can jump in for a
ahead,
second,
Dr. Weisel.
part of what I think President Ponce-Campero is saying is that the adult school has significantly more funding than, so can there be a shared responsibility was my takeaway. Not that it wasn't important, but that if there's a possibility of them contributing in some way so that money can be freed up elsewhere, I think we're all very, very aware and deeply appreciative of the overall amazingness that is the adult school. So I think it's just about like, if this school is capable of kicking in, why not?
Yeah, I think there was a time when we were trying to figure out how we could shift costs to the adult school instead of the other way around. And so, and maybe the financial situation has changed from that point of view, but they're a separate funding source. The state of California does not fund us for facilities, which is why we had to go out for a bond. This, again, it's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, done. Like I say, I just want to make sure that we're looking at that it is part. And when I think of the Burbank Unified School District, it goes from TK now through the adult school, and that And I think that's a good idea, maybe to look into see what they can. And maybe we have a better idea than of what they're funding. For example, I know one of the things they've had to come up with that they didn't dawn on them was, or realize, because some of these new programs starting, like that everybody has to be, have vaccinations if they're going to be doing clinicals. And if people don't have insurance, then how do they pay? So they're coming up with a lot of their own financial issues also that, I know we could take into consideration too. And so.
Okay, any other discussion on this item? It's been moved by Dr. Akani and seconded by Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 4-1 as presented. 12J, approval of professional services agreement for Llewellyn and Moody Security ADA and playground improvements, Brett Hart.
Okay, this agreement supports critical site improvements to Bret Hart Elementary, focused on security, ADA accessibility, and student safety. The project includes reconfiguring the main entry for enhanced campus security, adding ADA compliant ramps, and upgrading playground areas with new equipment and shade structures. Additional improvements will address safe access points, fencing where needed, and potential restroom upgrades to meet current building code requirements. The agreement is not to exceed $115,000 and is funded through Measure ABC.
Great. Can I get a second? Thank you. Discussion on this item. I know this is a real ADA issue. I've gone to see that playground. Again, it would be great to see an upcoming facilities presentation for kind of, I think generally speaking for each meeting to have like all of our approvals that we're doing at that meeting with kind of where they live in the facilities master plan, what the SFOC said in terms of feedback, which I should have asked for the last couple ones too. But I'll give you an opportunity to fill me in on that in a second, Ms. Tracy. What the timeline to completion is, and then give us a sense of dollars spent so far, what the overall project cost is going to be. I think that would be good kind of as for each meeting that we're approving facilities contracts. But again, I think we need a broader kind of strategic view as a board of the priorities. But this was very much kind of front and center in terms of bringing some comfort and ADA approval or ADA compliance to some of our campuses. And I know that the families at Hart were very early, or the Hart campus was very early the last time that these campuses got updated. So it's well due for that. Other discussion on this item?
I just wanted to add, and maybe Dr. Hasty, you could speak to this, because at the last the facility oversight committee, I thought the reports that were generated were really great. So I feel like us being able to see that, because for me, it was looking for exactly what you were providing, and that software that we had started to use really started to put into play how visually representative we could get a tangible idea of what's going on. So I don't know if that's like available.
Well, that's the next step for us to
Yeah.
present to you guys. Yeah, so we're trying to bring it in April, which would be the updated expenditures that we were using with Key Analytics. Again, with the pictures you seek. And I know exactly the presentation we're talking about, and we'll be bringing it. We just got to get ready and bring it to you guys.
Cool. So have these pieces, so 12I, 12J, K, have all the bond funded pieces been reviewed by the?
Yes,
bond
we
oversight?
bring everything when we have our meetings, we bring these all to the SFOC.
And was there feedback on we can just start with the one that we're on the Hart agenda item?
A lot, it's just some of the same questions, just like, why is this a priority? There's other ADA sites that have priority. And so, we take them as we go. And, I think there needs to be better coordination overall, and communication around how things are being prioritized. But that was some of the same feedback. So your feedback is aligning with that.
Is this one that's also doing, a change? It looks like a change in the front entrance as well.
Yep.
Okay, because I know we have a number of those buildings that have.
Yes.
Okay. The administrative office that's kind of off of the front door.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. Any other comments on 12J. All right, moved by Dr. Arkanian, second by Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously as presented. 12K, approval of professional services agreements, Go Architects, Inc., new concession building, Burbank High School. Dr. Hasty.
Yes, and this is an agreement that for the design of the new concession stand building at Burbank High School, addressing a current gap in athletic facilities on that campus. The project is intended to create equity between Burbank High and John Burroughs High, which already has a comparable concession facility supporting its athletic programs. The design will include a concession service area, storage, and custodial space, and will align architecturally with the existing campus while meeting ADA requirements. The agreement is not to exceed $81,535 and funded through Measure ABC.
Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Discussion. Dr. Weisberg?
I'm struggling with this one a bit. When I think about all of the issues that need to be addressed, that are pressing, ADA issues, roofing issues, AC issues. I think for me, it becomes hard to approve an almost $100,000 item for something that doesn't feel like super. I understand the equity issue about concessions. And while I do understand that that creates some inequity between Burroughs and Burbank High, I am significantly more concerned about equity issues in relationship to having, accessibility for our students. So this is a tough one for me, and it's hard because without seeing a sort of priority list, the same blah, blah, which I've been saying, this is hard for me to rationalize approving. So I don't know if you could speak to a little bit more about like why this is coming forward at the time that it is. That would be really helpful for me.
I mean, I know that one high school doesn't have one and the
Right.
other one does. I know in my first month working here, this was part of the plan to this concession stand, and I know it was discussed. I don't know if there was previous discussion about the need for the concession stand, but I know it was part of the plan when I came on.
Okay.
So
There's some background and context that involved our Burbank High PTA that had very passionate discussions with our site principal and got the district involved. So there's a lot to that. I know there were prior discussions to the year before as well. So this has been something that's been in development and discussion, and it's rooted in the fact that Burbank High has been wishing to play more home football games at their field, not completely going away from Memorial Field, but they wanted to have a truer home field opportunity. Our PTA groups at Burbank High, because of the lack of concessions and the lack of ability to raise funds, that became a very challenging thing. And that's
So they don't do concessions at all, unless they're at Memorial Field.
they don't have the resources to provide the amount of items usually done, which raise a lot of money when they're at Memorial Field. And it's because of the lack of a structured concession area.
Yeah, they'll have like an easy kind of type thing.
Yeah, no-
They've got the grill out there, but at Memorial down there, spent many an afternoon underneath there, and you've got sinks and all the walk-in fridges and
No,
everything.
yeah. I've definitely been at Burroughs, but I guess Dr. Macias, maybe you can speak to just when we think about, the $1.3 billion of repairs that need to be made in the scheme of things, does this feel to you like I get it. There's issues fundamentally with Burbank High not having a field that can accommodate all the people that they want at the games, and that going to Memorial Field also creates a psychic challenge in a lot of ways. Like I do get that, and I'm not trying to diminish that because I know it's a real struggle for a lot of people, but I wonder if this is money that is not better allocated elsewhere. And I know it's a tough, because this conversation predates me, right? But this is again where to me having a sense of the urgency and a timeline becomes even more important, because as far as my recollection is concerned, the only time we've sort of discussed concessions was when we were talking about the design for the softball fields. And I very distinctly remember that conversation coming up when we were talking about just the architectural bids. So I don't want to say outright no, but I do think it's important for us to have a clear view of how we're going to be spending this money and the timeline before we're like, yeah, let's just spend $100,000 on concessions. And again, not because I think it's unimportant, but we have issues of real compliance that I'm concerned that money perhaps could not be spent on. So just my 2 cents.
I appreciate you kind of bringing up the tough conversation of that.
Yeah.
I will say that just speaking from my experience, again, just jumping in and being thrown into the committees, not having any context. I remember when we were talking about compliance and then a concession stand, I was like, oh, but I can't lie that I was like, yay. Like, I'm glad that, because again, my instinct was similar to yours, but there is such an element of like, okay, we're building the softball field, we're doing all of this stuff at Burroughs and this equity piece of like, how are we bringing life to the other campus that has been asking about this for so long? Right. Sorry, that's a good point. I guess in my initial like download was like, this was something that I feel like Robin Rickman was really pushing for this too, because of the call from the parents and the community. So I'm glad you're bringing it up because it is worth bringing up in regards to our priorities, because it does seem like a little out of left field for. And it's like, what is that?
I feel like you need a football
I was
analogy.
just gonna say, I'm a little proud of that one. But yeah, I do feel like we missed our moment to stop this though, or to bring this up. I maybe, is there another time that we would have done this?
This is the first time hearing about it.
Me too.
Okay.
But
That's helpful to know.
it
also just
And this was
brings-
brought to the SFOC as well.
okay. I think I just yeah, I hang on. I think I have a hard time with this if we're still kind of planning on doing joint use of Memorial Field, but we're also doing this. I guess I just fundamentally disagree with this being prioritized over our safety and ADA and items that are about kind of like comfort during instructional time. Like, this doesn't have anything that ties back to instruction. I understand that the PTA and the boosters want to be able to raise money. And I have to be a good steward of bond funds. And I have a hard time justifying it, but I also I think I could potentially be convinced, but I'm not there today. That this is a good use of bond funds, because I don't know that I'm also convinced that like the full cost is $81,000. To me, it looks like that's the cost for the architectural services.
It's just the design, yeah.
So like, this is the beginning of a potentially much larger project, and there are other places to spend that money.
Yeah.
And so, I don't, yeah, I know that I like, yeah, I don't like to come and surprise anybody, but I was surprised by this one.
Yeah.
There wasn't much feedback on the concession stand. As far as where it related in the priority list, because we are focused on the roofs. I mean, those are the bigger projects. We have all these other items, if you see in the grand scheme of things, this is a bit smaller than some of our bigger projects. Providing that equity and parity among schools is a big priority as well. We have 2 high schools in the city, and I think it's, if we got to kind of look at that, and 3, sorry. Yeah, but yeah, so it's something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Cano just pointed out that in the Go Architects estimate, the estimated construction budget for this is $687,000. Yeah.
Yep.
And so this is $81,000 towards a $700,000 concession stand.
Yeah.
So can I just ask from the process standpoint? Because there's been clearly a lot of work and time that's been put into this piece already.
Yes.
Would there have been a more ample time, or will it, when you start to present more of that data, we won't have this problem? Is that correct? Like, we will have been able to bring this forward as an issue sooner.
Correct. I mean, and that's the thing, like being able to see a true Gantt chart, looking at the projects
Yeah.
online. There's, we have to get those. I mean, that's the
That would be so
challenge.
much fun.
And let's just be honest, and I'll be direct on this. This is where we suffered fundamentally, not having the SFOC in place in a timely fashion. That lack of organization, lack of compliance leads us to moments like this.
Right. And to echo what Ms. Olson said, I think there has been a lot of work put in, but we can save time by getting this info down sooner. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody's recognition of that.
In the timing, I mean, again, I want to say getting the project going and trying to get it ready for sports, and there's summertime's a important time as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but $700,000 isn't. Yeah, without, yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Moved by Dr. Akanian, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-3. 12L, approval of professional services agreement, Becker and Miyamoto, land survey services, girls softball field, Burbank High School.
Okay, this agreement supports the initial design phase for the Burbank High School girls softball field, specifically through required land and utility survey work. The survey will provide critical site data, topography, boundaries, and underground utilities, which is necessary before any design or construction can begin. The project also, we talked about that, supporting the equity across the board, and again, measure ABC funded.
Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Discussion, moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Discussion on this item. Member Cano? Your mic.
To me, 12L and 12M, are those doing the same thing? Are they both doing land surveys?
Yeah, let me double check.
One is land survey, the other one is geotechnical reports.
Well, that's what I was
They're
asking.
probably
Are
very
those kind of similar? No.
No, well, geotechnical would be that radar that's going to look underground.
Okay, okay, got it.
It's
All right.
because the properties are vastly different on the proposed locations.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot more residential around boroughs, as we
right.
know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lines underneath, possibility.
Do you know where I think there could be some confusion, unless I'm wrong? If you look at the agenda items, 12M says boroughs in the text, but the link says BHS. And so I think the confusion may have come from them both saying BHS softball survey bond when one is BHS and one is boroughs. Unless I'm seeing something incorrectly.
No, that's what I first saw. But then I looked and I went, when one's geo, one's service. So is it? I know I did differentiate then the two schools, but the first.
Yeah,
one I didn't.
when
I
I,
was like,
yeah,
oh, same thing.
yeah.
Oh, you're saying the link, the blue
The
link
links
text.
both say,
the-
yeah, BHS. Yeah.
Got it. Oh, I see that now.
Yep. No, what just got me is one said land survey and the other one said geotechnical. So I was like, are they looking? Yeah.
And this is one where, oh, sorry, let me get
Okay, so yeah,
a,
it's back to.
I do have a motion in a second. So this was one where, we're deeply far out of title.
We're addressing our Title IX
Yeah.
beyond. Yes.
Yes.
And so this addresses that by continuing to work towards, having our own girls softball fields at each site.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Any other discussion on this item?
Well, I did have a question and forgive me if I'm just having a mind gone, but who is doing do we know which architectural company was doing the softball field in? Have we chosen? I mean,
We
because
have
believe me,
architects,
I
but I
sat
don't
there with all,
remember
no,
which.
I was there for the 17-hour
Yeah.
going through this. But do we know do we remember which one? I can't remember off the top of my head. Because my longer question was that the company that we chose that ultimately won the bid for doing the softball field, is this the company that they want to work with? This is the one that they recommended to work with? Just so I want to just make sure that these companies are all working together, that we're not
That's a great question.
getting one another and then.
Sure, I understand the question. So you're asking if this is the same architect.
She's asking if this firm that we're choosing for the other stuff is a firm that came either recommended from the architectural firm that we're using, like they work in Simpatico.
Okay, I will have to check.
Thank you. Merci.
Yeah, I think in general, I think it's a great thing to just ask the two project managers if that's a sequence of events in in the discussion of like, once an architect is decided, are they asked for referrals? Thank you.
Yes, we can. Definitely.
Great. Other discussion on this item? Okay. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously as presented. 12M, approval of professional services contract, Twining Consulting, geotechnical reports, girls softball field and parking improvements, John Burroughs High School.
So this item establishes pre-qualified pool of CEQA firms. And I'll just make sure we're 12N, right? Yes.
No, we're at
Okay,
12.
M.
This is the one right.
Sorry.
Burroughs.
So the agreement is the next critical phase in the project for geotechnical analysis for the softball field and parking improvements at John Burroughs High School. The work includes soil testing, seismic and geologic hazard analysis and engineering recommendations. This analysis is essential and the agreement is not to exceed 92,000 funded out of Measure ABC.
Okay, can I get a motion a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Ono. Mike, you looked ready.
Yeah, I was trying to think. No, I mean, no, I think this is a super important. My question is the early one, is this the company that they've chosen? But no, I definitely see the need for this because we don't want no electricity going to your house or although, yeah,
There better be
seriously, because they're okay.
I think my question on this is, I just assume that they are looking at kind of all of the potential placements of the fields in this. Okay. And this will help us potentially decide.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, you're understanding the subsurface conditions
Yes.
Yeah.
My subsurface conditions.
and they're like such as liquefaction, settlement, how the dirt's, if it's going to cave in and things like that.
Thank you for
I'm anti that.
zooming in.
Just for the record, I don't want things to cave in.
Yes, thank you for doing that. Great. So any other discussion on this item? Okay, moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously as presented. 12N, your approval of list of selected firms for on-call California Environmental Quality Act CEQA services for the ABC bond program and other district projects.
Yes, this item establishes a pre-qualified pool of CEQA firms, ESSA, Meridian, and then we have TerraPhase to support environmental review of Measure ABC and other projects. Again, CEQA is the California Environmental Quality Act. And so CEQA compliance is required step for virtually all facility projects. This approach is cost-effective and operationally efficient as proposals will be solicited per project and brought back to the board for approval.
Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Discussion on this item.
I wasn't sure I understood. So we have those 3 firms. Do they then bid like for this?
Yes, we'd ask for
Okay.
bids and yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
We would ask for bids for individual projects as CEQA review comes up.
Yes, correct.
From these.
From these 3, we have a pool to choose from now.
And do all projects require CEQA review or does it come up kind of opportunistic from friends and neighbors?
They're virtually all facilities projects requires some type of, yeah,
Okay. But that's a step in the process that we get to later.
yes.
Okay. And presumably that we will include in the budget the cost of CEQA review and CEQA
Always.
review consultants. Okay, great. Other discussion? Okay, moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We have skipped 12O and 12P. 12Q, ratification of the 25-26 agreement between Boys and Girls Club of Burbank and the After School Education and Safety Program. Dr. Knappich.
So this is an agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank. And we received funding for the ACES program late January, and we got verification of ELAP funding in late February. Unfortunately, since COVID, this has been the pattern from the State Department that ACES funding is running way late. We receive ACES funding anytime between January and May, the past 5-6 years.
For that same school year?
This current school year. In the past, before COVID, we were receiving notification like in September. So that was much more efficient. But since then, everyone across the state receives their funding so late. Hence, we're bringing this agreement. In the meantime, ELAP funds has been covering the cost of it because they can. So now we're going to go ahead and backfill with the ACES money and pick up the cost
Okay, now I
using
understand.
ACES money. Yes, so, yeah.
Okay, so
Paying back.
we're essentially changing the
Rob
funding
Peter to
source.
pay Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Changing the funding source.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was gonna say, I'm like, doesn't ACES have its own funding? Can I get a motion and a second? Thank you. Other discussion on this?
I have a couple of questions on kind of the process of handing the torch to them in terms of executing on the programming. Do we have like a structure in place on how they're spending the money? Like,
Absolutely.
yeah, are those the type? Can we see those types of things, or
Yes,
are
we
there
get
contracts we
invoices
can
from
review?
Boys and Girls Club that are very detailed, exactly like how much money is going towards specific staff and how much money is going towards, let's say, administration.
And then so we're paying them by invoice, not as
Absolutely.
a collect. Okay.
No,
And
month by
then
month.
month by month. Okay, got it. That answers a
And we
lot of my
monitor enrollment month by month too, to make sure that we have enough students in there. We're in the process right now of increasing ACES enrollment because traditionally it's been down the past 3 years. So now we're trying to build it back up.
Okay. And are they, I don't know, is it kind of a collective marketing effort to do that with them?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm sure they want that as well.
Between the schools notifying families, being teachers notifying families, advertising it like back to school night, open house. So it's a full court press. And we have a new ACES person, Tom Watson, on board. He is extremely detail oriented and taking the torch to go ahead and rebuild the program.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And uh, why is it at the 4 schools that it's at?
That goes back to the original grant because at that point in time, you had to be, I believe it was 50% or more free reduced lunch. And then they funded it based on free reduced lunch. So there was a pool of schools. And so they funded like the 90% schools first, the 60% schools third, and then finally they got to us. And so that goes back about 15 years ago.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No,
bouncing with you. Is that competing with ATB?
Yes.
In a
way.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sites
free.
where it is. It's very different, right? Because it's very, very low. It's extremely low cost, right?
ACES has no cost to it.
It's basic. I mean, I think it's a nominal
all state
cost
funded.
if you are not free and reduced lunch receiving.
That's Boys and Girls Club.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. ACES is 100% free.
Right, but
State funded.
to Member Olson's request to audit our programs, that's going to specifically be all spelled out for
Yeah.
us to look at and for the community to know.
That's really helpful.
So I know that it's up to 100 students at these sites and then 125 at Luther. Where are we at, generally speaking, in total enrollment for ACES?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
That would be great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I would just say, I know we're going to do an audit. I think that, I appreciate that Boys and Girls Club does this work with us. Because it's a really great program for the folks that take advantage of it. I think, I know that the compliance piece can be tricky for both
Extremely.
staff and for families. Because one of the parts that's really hard for families is that there's a requirement that you essentially stay up until 6 o'clock every single day. And that unless you have like a scheduled activity for ACES, unless you have a scheduled activity or a note from a doctor. So it's a little bit like truly extending the school day. And
this is one of the programs gets audited every other year from our school district auditors. It can get audited by the State Department of Education every 3 years or whenever they want to audit. And so the Boys and Girls Club, Shanna Warren and that team, Surly, are extremely detail oriented and really do a great job.
thank God
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
Because it's a great option for those schools, I know. So
Sorry, I had one more question.
Go ahead.
In the in the breakdown, it's alluding to improved attendance and academic performance enhancements. I was just curious where that was coming from. Like, what data is that coming from that we can see?
We can pull the data for the students that are attending to take a look at. So where were they at, let's say in September compared to where they at in May based on like district benchmarks? We can pull data like that.
Well, the reason I was asking is because it said it in there that you're seeing it. So has that data been pulled to see that?
Traditionally, we've taken a look at it over the years. I don't have
Okay.
it currently for this year.
Got it.
Just
Okay. So
looking for
that
end of year
it's
benchmarks.
it's referring to then previous years. So
Yes.
looking at that. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Other discussion?
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I have one more thing. My list was so long. I was a little bit, and maybe this is the original thing that you answered to, that the services begin August 13th, 2025.
Correct.
So
First
this
day
is
of school.
because all of these older dates is because of what you were saying, that this is the back.
Yes.
And so
That's
we'll
insane.
see one of these for the upcoming school year. It
Again.
probably has ELOP as a funding source.
Yes.
And then we will get another one probably about this time next year,
Correct.
hopefully. if we're
Okay.
Lucky, that changes the funding source back to ACES funding.
Why it's ratification.
How beautiful. How beautiful.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I am done now. I apologize.
Never apologize for asking questions. All right. It's been moved by Dr. Arcani and seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor say aye.
I
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously as presented. 12R, approval of contract for Quaver Ed software. Dr. Knepek.
So our 6 elementary music teachers have requested this software to be part of their music education program. So through the Truck Glory program, they're spending $13,700 in plus tax to go ahead and purchase this material. So it is a multi-year license and it's for kindergarten through grade 5 that all the teachers will be able to use.
Can I get a motion in a second?
so second.
Discussion.
So Dr. Knappe, can you, because it's the quantity was 2 site licenses, but so the 6 teachers, does that mean, can you just explain?
I
didn't
also
really
did not understand
how
the
it
quantity
worked.
here.
Yeah, it was, the children were doing that, so it's only 2 site licenses, that won't work. So is it the teachers then, they've got it so they can take,
The teachers have the license.
okay, but it's only 2 and we have 6 teachers.
It's,
No, it's 12 licenses.
yes.
Where?
I think what you're reading is the breakdown of the curriculum by grade level.
Yeah.
And that's how they structure the pricing.
I was looking at the final, the
at the notes
final
on the bottom.
invoice.
2 teachers, 2 teachers, 2 teachers.
So it is for 6 teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the way they did the invoicing and everything, it's kind of wonky. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I got it. Got it. I capiche. Yeah, no, I was, yeah,
Very much so.
yeah. Okay. But what is it?
I can actually speak to that. I'm actually a huge fan of this curriculum.
Oh.
So this is this was born in this comes out of Nashville, and it's a really amazing curriculum program for music teachers that has like just a huge bank of different music that they can then like break down. So it just takes a lot of the like work from music teachers from having to source and like then take like a complex piece of music and break it down into like an easy way to teach it. And I like it because it's a digital resource, but it does not take away from the kids being live. They're not like using an iPad or anything. It's strictly a teacher resource. I was curious if this was something new or if it was a renewal, but it sounds like
It is new for us.
it's new. It's exciting. And I was also going to ask, sorry, I'm jumping from talking about it to my questions, but have we used this grant before? Like, is this something that's going to go away?
We've had Chuck Glory for multiple years and
Yeah, we've been very blessed, I'll say, to the Chuck Lorre Foundation for a lot of the monetary support they provided.
fine.
It's been a while. It's been at least, I want to say at least 8 years. It's been in existence because we took it, we were beneficiaries at Luther as well. So there's been a long time. So we hope to continue that. We hope that they are able to sustain that partnership and obviously donated funds.
So great.
Dr. Weisberg?
Something that Dr. Anders brought up, not during this meeting, but in a previous conversation was, I think it'd be really helpful to have a list that we get at the end of each year that shows both new and renewing,
A vendor report?
vendor reports, I might say, and I might say it. Separate from thanking the Chuck Lorre Foundation for all of their unbelievable support. I think it just gives us a sense of the scope of the type of things that we're using. I also think it can be a discussion as to what needs to come before the board for approval. So does every renewal, I know that right now we've sort of operated from a place of, well, if it's student facing, then we renew it. But I don't think or know, and I don't know if Dr. Macias or Dr. Knapke can speak to this, but I don't think there's board policy that indicates that what we do or do not have to bring forward on an agenda and I think about this only because of like time constraints. So Dr. Anders very wisely brought this up, and something I was thinking about in relationship to this. So I think it's a conversation we should have, both just our vendor list so we know what we're using, and also what are the board policy guidelines for what needs to come before us, and how does that either slow things down or creates a necessary
We do bring instructional technology to the board.
so my my question is, no, I know that we do. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. I know that we do. My question is that do we do it whether it's a renewal or, and I guess I wonder if we can speak to why, if it's a renewal for something we've already approved, why that comes back. And does it need to, and are we doing that based on content or based on cost?
So in June every year, we bring the instruction technology board item that has all of our renewals on it, or new, or removals. So some technology where you're like stopping.
Consolidated one. Now.
Some of them are renewing. some of
But
them are new.
I still, it doesn't address why we're doing it now. I think the easy answer,
Yeah.
say it's just been past practice. It doesn't mean it's maybe efficient, good practice. So something for us to discuss as a board, but we also want to make sure that we're balancing the act of making sure that we're transparent with the community, our costs and fiscal spending and all that. But it's worthy of taking a look at our practices and what we're doing moving forward, for sure.
This one has to do with, we have to spend the money now. So otherwise we have to return it.
And again, to Dr. Knappe's point, it's grant related. That's why.
Well, of course, yeah. I have two questions. I think the first is a funding one, which is this something that Prop 28 could cover if we were to lose our grant funding? And then the second one is make me smart on our elementary music education model, because we have 6 music education teachers. We have 11 elementary schools. And I don't actually know how that works. I imagine people are moving back and forth. I know there's 3 at Disney, so that is what I'm making up, but help me be smarter about this.
You're exactly right. There's a schedule for each of the grade levels, and each of the teachers has a schedule. So they spend so much money with so much time with the students, and we have a schedule. We can share it.
Okay, great.
Easy.
And so you have essentially 2 teachers that are doing TK through 1.
Yes.
Teachers that are doing 2, 3, and 2 teachers that are doing.
Yes.
That's excellent.
And I'll just add to that, because coincidentally, this was part of a question that was asked during the last Let's Talk with the superintendent session with Council PTA.
They asked about ukuleles.
They asked yes, but to a broader scope, they just want to see where this lives documentation wise, to say, hey, this is what we do as a school community from a curricular standpoint with music. And then at the middle school level, not only music, performing arts, same thing with high school. And it actually is a wonderful idea. It needs to be something that we actually put together and produce and publicize, because it could mean sharing information to drive up enrollment. God
Yes.
forbid. And we're sharing with the community.
Absolutely. Okay. Any other discussion on 12R? All the moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Member Olson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously as presented. 12S, approval of the 2026-27 regular Board of Education meeting dates. So I didn't move this off the agenda, but I don't actually want to approve it. It needs a little bit of work, but I want to have a conversation about, because I think that will inform how we get it back on the calendar sooner rather than later. So that we're not trying to do this like real time and then approving something that we then need to bring back and to revise, because I think ultimately we're going to miss some things. Normally we are dark. Historically, we have been dark, meaning we skip the meeting the week of the first week in June or July, excuse me. So that July 2nd meeting, we usually skip the first meeting in December because of CSBA. And I believe we usually skip the first week in January as well. So we would want to think about taking those off. I'd also think we should adjust for one of the things that we did this last year and maybe even the year before that I think was very helpful was we adjusted the calendar a bit for first and second interim approvals, because I know often the way that our board meetings fall, it was like happening after the 15th. And so then the team was really rushing to get it by the first Thursday. And so if we need to move the March and September meetings to the second Thursday, we can do that as well. So I'm looking at Dr. Hasty to look at this and say, like, do we need to move those meetings? I also want to make sure we compare this against our school calendar that was recently approved.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
As well as the religious calendar, which we always somehow manage to miss a religious observance. And then the last thing that I would like to do, and then I have like a little discussion item, but I also want to see if there's anything else we should check for. But I think we should think about adding board retreats on here.
Yeah.
And like getting them on the books. And that's like gonna take, I think we should all be thinking about some dates.
Yeah.
And that might have to happen real time when we approve this next, but like, let's think about when that could happen in the summer, in the winter. And we would want, so I say that to say, I talked to Dr. McCoy yesterday. He's like, well, I want to talk about the board meetings with you guys. And I said, great. I think we also still need to have this conversation because we've got a lot to do on this particular meeting agenda. So you're right. I think we need to talk to Dr. McCoy about when he can actually be available for those things like retreats.
Yeah.
And what his vision is as well. Yes. So other things that we need to adjust our calendar for first.
I mean, I would say specifically with the school calendar is making sure that we're able to get to back to school nights. That was a really important change that we made this year that, I think we should continue to.
Back to school and open house.
And open house. Yeah.
Other possible changes?
I think you hit all of mine. I think I just wanted to go back to what we discussed on our last board retreat about some of the things like we wanted to do, and it does need to be cemented into here. So I think that was the number one thing.
The other piece that we may want to consider, right, is our location. So we asked district staff to pull the amount that we're spending at City Hall to host our meetings there. We also, as you know, when we are there, we have closed session there. Our closed session room has gotten somehow even more hospitable than it was before. The table has gotten even smaller. Although there's no longer a broken chair. And so while we appreciate the opportunity to be in a beautiful historic space, it is potentially more in keeping with our values to be either in this space or in the space of school. So I would like for us to consider that as we think about our calendar, as well as moving the meetings to here.
I couldn't agree more. And I know Dr. Macias did. He's like, yes. I mean, there's myriad reasons why. I know Dr. Macias has done a little bit of work, but also to echo what board member Olson said, I think it's a good opportunity for us to agendize sooner rather than later changes. And this will be in conversation with Dr. McCoy, changes to the actual construction of our meetings. We've had sort of a few conversations about public comment. We've had a few conversations about reduction of our response to public comment. I think all of that stuff really needs to be clarified and put into policy. And so this gives us an opportunity to do that. But I do think being here makes a lot of sense for us. It's our home. And I look forward to conversations about how we can make that happen.
Yeah, and just, no, I was gonna add that just in terms of, I guess I'd look at all, the whole cabinet. Would it be, is it easier to have it here as opposed to lugging everything up? Well, let me just see, finish my question. Yeah, no?
I think Ms. Khan was asking if there's a staff preference for here versus City Hall.
No, I see either. Yeah, no, here, yeah, okay.
I'll speak directly to that.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay here.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's a personal preference. I'm not speaking for the rest of the team. I'm definitely not speaking for Dr. McCoy either, which is another part of the conversation that we need to include. From a fiscal perspective, we don't pay for use of the facility. It's part of our joint use, and we're grateful for that from the city. But we do incur costs when it comes to personnel to basically broadcast and video record. It's just under $9,000 for the year.
Got it.
Now, I want to add a little bit more because I asked, and thank you to Andrew Ling, who is a phenomenal human being and employee, asked him to see what his thoughts are. Because this discussion actually, I want to say, was brought up, and our former director, Rick Bonk, was tasked to see what it would cost to kind of do a refurb from a cabling perspective, technology perspective. Andrew picked up that and added to it, and essentially we would need more cameras. Right now, we don't have a wide variety and views and perspectives. So it would be adding about 3, maybe 4 cameras, a dedicated control room that we would have to figure out. And I'm pointing to an area back here that we might have to look into, and then dedicated personnel to run the programming. And we'd have to have a consideration with CSEA and job responsibilities, but that's part of it. All that to say, essentially, just from a technology component standpoint, probably under $10,000 just to upgrade some stuff, add cameras. Cameras themselves, according to Andrew, $500 each, but it's really a lot more of our configuration. Is there more furniture that we have to consider, placement, whatever? The room for a cabinet to be here, and executive cabinet. He did add, because one of the questions I did ask, the ability to YouTube that we do have with the city. It is very possible, not that great of a fiscal cost, upgrading production values as he listed, a minimum $3,000, anywhere up to about $6,000. We are currently very much where we need to be from a sound standpoint. But the video bit and YouTube streaming, that's where we need to invest monies in. And there's also the conversation that we have to have. Granicus is not our I was going to use a different word, but earphones is cocaine. And there's some video limitations, resolution that limits us. So we would have to very much do an overhaul with that in conjunction to the considerations that I just discussed.
Okay.
Would there be a long-term savings though? Yeah. That's what I'm saying, so.
Okay. I think we have what we need in terms of the calendar, unless folks have other things to add.
I guess I just want to understand, do we have to do one before the other? Like, can we approve the calendar before we confirm exactly where we're going to be?
Yes.
Okay.
We absolutely can.
Because I do think they're two different issues.
It just
yeah.
gave us the
Cool. No, I think it's a great opportunity to talk about it.
And well, I just need to put this out there for all of us to consider. Any change of dates right now, we always have to check with our city partners for availability purposes as well. So if it's a change that we have now, that might alter locations. So if it's in the city hall. So just
They hold the first and the third for us.
correct.
First and third Thursday.
Yeah.
But they do not hold, like if we were to move things for interim, for example.
And I think that's so important. Like we have to check it against our own breaks and calendar, holidays, and the preference of the team. So I think that completely deserves the revision.
If we were here, we'd have more flexibility then too, wouldn't we?
Yes. For sure. That's what I also would like.
Your mic is an answer.
A lot of things, some of us in where we are professionally and what we do Thursday nights. I know why we picked Thursdays originally. It's a difficult night for some of us, especially depending on job. I don't know, we're having all these discussions.
It is the time to.
Yep.
bring it up.
Yeah.
I think that it would require changing board policy because it's in board policy that's the first and the third. So if you wanted to bring that forward, Dr. Arcanian.
Anyone else thinks, I don't know why Thursdays, it's just been super difficult. And some of us were also in this is the nights that a lot of things happen in terms of also in the communities.
Like
It's
PTA.
very rare, yeah, I rarely see boards meet on Thursday. Almost as bad as Friday.
Oh, Friday night would be bad.
It's usually Tuesday, Wednesday.
Did you say Friday?
No, I said Thursday nights are very uncommon for boards to meet. I don't know why we picked them.
So
don't
would we
know.
have to agendaize a specific board policy review? That would be the next step.
Yeah, and again, it's bylaw 9320 meetings and notices for the record.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a chicken and an egg because if we wanted Tuesdays, then we definitely can't be at City Hall because that's when City Council is.
Yeah, my board time meet here now.
But I'm open to that discussion. But it does require.
I just don't know why we picked it wasn't before my time.
It was, I'm sure before many people's time. It was from the dawn of the district.
Maybe we can revisit that too.
Well, I just think it does, if that's what we're revisiting, that makes it a little bit harder to get to dates because then we're going to be checking those dates against
Right.
another calendar.
And just for the record, bylaw 9320 originally adopted on January 17, 2013. Last revised April 4th, 2024. So
Well, it wasn't necessarily revised for Thursdays on the 25th.
But there was the hour, I remember the hour change.
Right. When we went from 6 to 5. Mhm. Okay.
All right, that's
All right. Great. So let's move to 12T, acceptance of gifts. Can I have a motion in a second?
Did we have to?
We are not voting on that.
Oh, we're not. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna, sorry. Can I move to table this one until the next meeting?
so moved.
Can I get a second? Thank you. It's been moved by Dr. Arcanian, seconded by Member Olson to table the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is tabled until a future meeting. 12T, acceptance of gifts. Can I have a motion and a second? Sorry, motion moved by Dr. Arcanian, seconded by Member Olson. And all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I will now read enthusiastically the acceptance of the gifts. Acceptance of the gifts. First, Pamela Solana Montano, which is to donate to the district $50 to be used for school supervision before school at Ralph Emerson Elementary. Dorian Photography wishes to donate to the district $261.58 to be used at the principal's discretion at Ralph Emerson Elementary. The Blackbaud Giving Fund wishes to donate to the district $461.52 to be used as needed at Dolores Huerta Middle School. Disney Worldwide Services, Inc. wishes to donate $9,000 to be used for site needs at Huerta Middle School. Jefferson PTA wishes to donate $6,000 to be used for field trips at Jefferson. McKinley parents wish to donate $75 to be used as needed at McKinley. Providencia parents wish to donate $484 and $2,834 to be used towards NED assembly at Providencia. Providencia fifth grade parents wish to donate to the district $195 to be used for outdoor science school at Providencia Elementary. Charities Aid Foundation wishes to donate $580.92 to be used as needed at Providencia. Roosevelt PTA wishes to donate $10,500 to be used for field trips at Roosevelt. Roosevelt PTA wishes to donate $8,400 to be used towards RTI at Roosevelt. And Roosevelt PTA wishes to donate to the district $2,375 to be used for Catapult Emergency Response Program at Theodore Roosevelt Elementary. Thank you for your many gifts, community. We have already done 12U, which is great. And so let's move to the consent agenda. Do I have any changes to the consent agenda? That's not until 10. Believe it. Yeah, we will not need to do an extension tonight, which is very exciting. Yes, you're right. Let's not count our chickens before they have hatched. I do have a we did, as someone in public comment noted, we had we approved the personnel report as amended on March 5th. I did not see the amendment made in that personnel report. And so I just think that I would like to have that item, which now I lost the number for. It's 13.
Hang on.
13. Isn't it 13B?
I just had it.
Well, I mean, it's 11M on that agenda, but I'm saying the approval of the minutes. I want to approve as amended with an amended personnel report. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I went deep. Other items for discussion on the consent agenda.
I did have a question.
Go
I
ahead.
can't remember which one it was, but Dr. Knappett, it was just the whole thing with Amazing Athletes. Because we've got them down with Rod Romberg and anyways, they have got it down and it was like maybe 2 times, wasn't it? But the question was, it was at $250 per hour. So is that with Amazing Athletes? Is that for multiple people? Because when they're there, they've got a lot of the coaches all doing
Multiple people.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's just multiple people. It's different sites. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Olson.
I had a couple. From the instructional consultant services, I was curious about Dr. Kanapkic, if you can explain a bit more of the backstory with J. Taylor Education and if we've worked with them before, if they've supported any different schools. Yeah, it seems like an incredible resource and opportunity. I just was curious, that's something that's been used by other schools, if it's something that we're supported at a district level.
I believe that item is new to us. That service is new to us. We've not worked with them before.
Again, looks like an incredible instructional professional development. I'm just kind of curious as to like where it's stemming from and if like there's an initiative at all connected to kind of the district or if it's strictly a
Site-based.
site-based thing.
Yes. And I don't have a lot of detail on it other than what's here presented.
I guess the thing that I would request is just a little like more information as to kind of the expectations for the outcomes of it, especially from a learning standpoint. Like I mean, this is something we've noticed before. The site's doing incredible things academically on their own. But the share out or the kind of ability to maybe think about if it has great impact for us to do something as a district. Yeah.
So we're thinking along the same lines because when I reviewed the agenda and I saw this, I wanted to get more information on it because if it's something we can expand and go to other school sites for, that would be great. So we'll be working with Disney, Tracy Shaw, the principal, to get more information about it and see how expandable it could be.
Okay, yeah. And honestly, I'd be curious, Dr. Harris, your thoughts on like how it is connected to, I don't know, curriculum, different initiatives, the Jay Taylor.
It's depth and complexity, which is GATE related.
It's what?
Depth and complexity training,
Yeah.
which is GATE related.
Okay, so that makes sense. So it'd be something that I'm like, okay, gifted and talented across
So
the whole.
it has potential to go across all
Yeah.
the elementary schools. So it's a good thing that they're taking a look at it.
Yeah.
Kind of piloting it for us,
Exactly. Yeah.
kind of test drive.
I just want to make sure they have the mindset of piloting it for the district. Because it takes a little extra initiative to evaluate it in that way so that it could be useful for everybody else to.
And one of the good things about the elementary principals, they're very collaborative.
That's
So they share ideas. And so this, I'm sure, will come as a discussion item.
Okay, cool. And then another question I had was on Edge Gain. I know I've seen this before because come up as a consultant services. You might not be able to answer this now. I was just curious to see this quote or like the scope of work breakdown, like for Edge Gain. Gain Edge, I don't know, sorry, did I type it wrong? It's it's within the instructional consultant services. And I just want to know exactly where that 90K is going. Again, this is coming from a grant. I'm just curious as to how many students and teachers we're serving with this.
I'd have to get that from Peggy Flynn, but it's part of the CTE program.
I would like to see that next time because it's come up before. Should I continue on my questions and consent? Okay. Dr. Hasty, I appreciate you answering some of the core questions about a few of these services. I was wondering if you could kind of publicly speak to what you shared with me on Frontline, the tune-up services, because I think it was very valuable.
Yeah, so Frontline, there's two. Frontline is our absence management system that right now it is for staff that is using, we're using it for substitutes for teachers and instructional aides. The thing about that, we have the ability to use it for all staff. But they don't need subs as well, where they could just easily put their absence, their vacation time, or their sick time in through there. And we're doing a tune-up just to see how easy that can implement. The other thing we with the ones that don't need subs, we have another system we're using as well. That's roughly about 25,000 a year, ETAC. So we have a redundancy there that this tune-up will help us identify what we need to do to go to fully into Frontline and do absence management for our staff. And that will track all their absences and their sick time as well.
Do we use Frontline for stalls? You can.
No.
No. Okay.
We only use it for substitutes right now.
Okay. Oh.
Would that impact any of the time reporter responsibilities for staff?
And it would be
Potentially.
any impact would be lateral. It would not be any change in their duties because right now they are, we have timekeepers and they're keeping documentation on who's out and that, but we would still have a timekeeper, but they would be in Frontline to make sure time was put in correctly.
It would have a system rather than.
And there's two sides of that. Yes, there's the input side. We can do it through phone and through the software. And then there's the timekeeper side. And then there's also supervisor approval to absence management.
Fantastic. Do you have more? Yeah.
So these items on consent, because these are turning into action items almost. Do you ask these questions? Can you ask these questions previous before they go on a consent item and when you get them? We're having very lengthy discussions on consent items, and it's turning into an action item because we spend almost 20 minutes on consent items. My question to you is, did you just figure this out or?
Dr. Akanian, it's very appropriate for her to ask.
No, I understand that, but my question is the process itself, because the amount of explanations going into this might as well be an action item.
Well, then maybe it should be an action item.
Okay, then maybe next time we should put them on an action item.
Board Member Olson also, I think, highlight something that's really important, which is over the last 9 months, one of the things that we as a board have really needed to do is prioritize transparency and talking through items, because it used to be we wouldn't talk about a single thing on consent. And I would ask a bunch of questions and someone else would ask a bunch of questions, but we wouldn't do it on the dais. And then people would say, you just approve things without asking questions. And so do I think at some point, maybe we'll get to somewhere in the middle, but I also, for one, am very appreciative to Ms. Olson for bringing up a lot of these questions. And to me, it doesn't move it from an action item. It does move it to exactly where it's supposed to be, which is discussion. And so that we can now say with confidence, we talked through these things. We're not blindly approving contracts, which was something that we struggled with as a board. I have to take full responsibility for that. Well, I don't think that's what got us into trouble. People coming in criming got us into trouble, but I think that to me, the benefit of these kinds of questions, it allows our community to see that we are, even though we were doing it before, we are now actively engaging and asking questions from the people that we pay because we trust their expertise. So I hear what you're saying, Dr. Agakanian, but I think it actually has a lot of benefit.
I understand it, but I want to differentiate between. if
To,
this is
to your point,
Yeah.
I think that some of these items, I honestly don't know why it's on consent versus it's not on the previous section.
New and
It's 10
unfinished.
o'clock, new and unfinished. Because again, yes, I did ask these questions. I have the answers in front of me. I think it's really helpful for the public to understand the logic. And I think that echoes what you're saying, but maybe y'all can give us more clarity as to why certain things are here.
All right. I'm only going to talk to this point right now, and it's important that we're grounded in this moment. And I understand we've had a lot of lengthy meetings, and we collectively, as trustees, as district officials, and leadership, and reports, and building things out, it took a moment in time for someone in the community to pick up an item and consent that was a renewal of the infamous contract for us all to realize that what was done in past practice was literally just, I'll say it, rubber stamping consent. That's it. And that's it. I think we are due to have a discussion. We can talk about that action items versus consent. And Dr. Acey's chomping at the bit, but I think I want to remind everyone what happened, why that was a very important moment. It's obviously we've been very impacted by it, still impacted by it. But I think that should be part of the discussion as a reminder of what occurred.
No, look, I understand that, but again, when we are designing agendas, there's a reason, or else, well, let's put everything on action item and just get it over with. I mean, consent is consent, agenda is agenda. And that's why I just want us to get to a place where we can figure this out when we're getting this, and not going to every consent item or making every consent item an agendized item. I just want to make sure we respect the process.
One second. So here's the thing though, Dr. Arakanian. So for example, when I had a question about the minutes, right? That I think should be a consent agenda item, but I still need to read the minutes and ensure that they're correct. Right? And so that is why I'm going to ask to amend them or to pull them. Right? But we can't. So, okay, first of all, your mic isn't on. And so we need to have this conversation in public. But also, the problem that we had, right, was that I was having these conversations ahead of the meeting. And I was asking the kinds of questions that I'm asking now and getting answers that if other people had heard the answers and been able to say, no, that's not actually right, you're being lied to, maybe we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. And so I'm going to ask my questions in public. I'm sorry if it takes extra time. Yes, that is your problem.
We're trying to clarify something that happened. Actually, not sitting here and doing everything.
That's not what anyone is trying to do. They're trying to ask questions. I'm asking questions about items that are on consent because I need to ask questions about them. Ms. Olson, do you have other questions?
I do. I think it's important to discuss and have Dr. Hasty explain a little bit more about Droplet too, because this is just a small contract from April to June. And my original question was, where is this money coming from, especially as, you know, the funding afterward is like $55,000. So I wanted to understand that's a big chunk, but how is that justified based on our current funding situation and the process and streamline that's happening here?
Yeah, so consent versus action, but why these are in consent and why we place them in consent is they're operational in nature and they really represent a foundational piece of what we're going to do that's, you know, something we'll continue to do. The other piece you consider when you're looking at consent would be the amount, but that would be up to the board parameters and you guys would decide. But again, it's anybody's right to pull the items to discuss, specifically. For Droplet, right now we're using the personnel transaction. It's called a PTR. It's how we fill or create a new position. That is only one piece of this program we have. There are a multitude of other forms within that program. So we are going to try some of these out. For instance, they can do a mileage report that would be all digital and it can route accordingly. We could possibly do a field trip form. You know, we can just start creating forms. Comparable companies of this nature, Inform K-12, I did do a cost analysis. It's roughly around 50 to 60,000. They based it on ADA. This is coming in a little lower than that, but this is going to be a trial run for about 12,500 till the end of the year. We'll see what we can get implemented, and this will help us operationalize more of our internal systems, creating a digital process that will route accordingly.
So just to clarify from what you're asking for best practice, because I want to respect what Dr. Agakanian is saying too. Because I wanted this to be discussed or shared out, in the top of the meeting, it would have been, can I pull 13-0 from consent and move it into?
Correct.
New and
Well,
unfinished
you wouldn't move it. You wouldn't move it. You would just say, I want to pull this to discuss further. And then we would approve all the other items together, but then these would be approved separately.
Okay, and I think that's a good thing for just to know. That is all I had.
Okay. I have, I think, two questions. My first is on 13H, the Facilitron agreement. Tell me more about, are we expecting to get an additional revenue out of facilities agreements because of this? Because otherwise those cuts seem pretty high that our Facilitron friends are taking.
Yes. So this is the Cadillac, the Mercedes, the best program you can get for these purposes. And I will say that they get 14% transactional fees. So there's a couple things that Facilitron does. It's a reservation system. And in part of that reservation system, they're going to come to our sites. They are going to take pictures of our facilities and they will build a website that will link from the Burbank website that anyone that wants to rent space or use space would be able to click on, reserve it, and based on the entity and how they are set up in the system will price accordingly. The one thing they will also do as part of this contract is update all our facility use fees to the Civil Act Code in accordance with the Civil Act Code at a fair price. Now, there are some things we're going to have to do district-wide is to notify people of the increases in costs, and additionally look at security because we are going to have to make sure that fields are being used as reserved. And this is something that this will be the third time I've implemented Facilitron. It is the gold standard for this. And we have to make over 100,000. We make well over 100,000 facility use and then anything above that is at 14%. This will definitely operationalize a lot. We'll have a shared calendar with the city, with all the entities. Anyone throughout the district and community will be able to look and see when our time is. Even principals could book time and they won't pay for their time, obviously, but they would be able to have their movie nights and different things. And we can just have a real shared calendar for facilities. Yes.
I love it. Two questions. Question one, you bring up security. Right now, I feel like it's custodial. So
security's locks we're really talking about because right now this again, not unique to Burbank.
Right.
I'm
No, I know.
sure there's keys out there. We're going to have to make sure we have locks changed and things like that.
like the Oprah of keys. Oh, I had one more question. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry. other than custodial. Oh, so this won't affect our joint use agreement because our costs are going up?
No, well, they're a no pay entity because we have a joint use agreement and yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yep.
Does this affect anybody's job tasks or job description?
No, we have the person that's overseeing this now is monitoring 3 separate types of calendars
Okay.
manually. So this will definitely,
Hopefully make their
it'll
life
change the way, it won't change the scope because they will still be looking at their calendar. But we'll also have a routing process through this. So when someone, when someone requests the space, it automatically pings the office manager, the principal, and then it has to route up to get approved accordingly.
Great. My other question was on RevTrak.
Yep.
So I know that we have been in search of a unified cashless system for some time. Is that what this essentially
what
will
that is.
be? And then I know that we use Alio for childcare. These fees seem higher than that. Or are these fees kind of in line with what we see kind of as industry standard?
Yes.
We
Yeah,
shouldn't be
yes.
Expecting lots of angry emails from people telling us that their credit card fees went up.
I've seen, I know there was a need for this. Let's start there. 'Cause
Well,
there was-
100%. Yes.
And so I've seen districts that use My School Bucks. Those transaction fees tend to be high. What RevTech offers is an actual school dashboard and store that they can build out that will be able to let us track all the income throughout the district and monitor the different events. And it's just, it adds a whole nother layer that would justify any, again, to me, it's very competitive, but it's offering a software piece that others don't.
We may want to think about a policy piece around globally what we do and do not add financial fees on, right? Because I
Correct.
think right now for childcare, we do add on the credit card fee. And so whether does that get wrapped in
You
or
would
not
wrap it
to-
into the
Yeah,
cost.
exactly. But I don't know that we have policy on that
Yeah.
to give guidance to our schools
And
and.
same thing with Facilitron, that for you just, you would include it in the fee.
Great. Other questions on consent items? Oh, go
Yeah, back to the Facilitron. When will we roll that out? Just because I'm thinking like the fall soccer and the Pop Warner football teams, all those things, they're gonna want to get on that.
We're going to be looking around fall. I mean, it's going to be a fall. So we might have to, again, I don't want to, yeah, it's a process because by the time the pictures are taken and the website's built, I would hope we can get some facilities and online in fall for sure.
But I mean, because I'm thinking those facilities are already going to be
Mhm.
already being used. So maybe this is something we set up, but it's going to be more like a winter, spring type thing.
Yeah, I think
need
we
the
can have some
field
things online by fall. We'll be able to, but one of the things Facilitron offers too is we input the district calendars and they will all be mass uploaded as well. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other discussion? So I'm actually going to pull 13B, which is the minutes from March 5th, so we can get those correct. Do we have any amended items on here? Oh, I just had a note on 13U. So even though in the agenda item description says 17 million, that's for December 1st through January 31st, but the real amount is significantly less because it's for just 1 month. Yeah, but I don't know that we need to change. Actually, we do need to amend it to just say we're approving the miscellaneous receipts report from February 2026. Is that right? That's the item. So I'll amend that motion, I guess. So can I get a motion to approve 13A, 13C, 13A is presented, 13C through 13 T as presented, and 13U as amended. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Any reports from board members? No, seeing none, I will adjourn us at 10:23. Oh, sorry, retirements. Oh, let me thank our retirees. Thank you, Cindy, for the reminder. Congratulations on your retirement, upcoming retirement. Roberta Fong, teacher, began service September 2nd, 1993. John Mercado, teacher, began service September 4th, 1997. Manuel Anzo, custodian, began service June 1st, 2023. And Elvira Salas began service November 19th, 2007. Congratulations, well earned. Take care. Good evening at now 10:24. Godspeed.